Hello everybody and good morning. Happy Elections Day to you. My name is Wanjiru Nguhe and welcome to The Big Picture. I really do hope you're okay. I hope you're fine. I hope you woke up early to vote, and if you haven't woken up early to vote, I hope that you are on your way to voting. Ama, you're watching us from the queue. Karibuni sana. And for those of you who have not decided whether or not to vote, I really do hope that you make the decision to vote. And if not, then it's okay. We're going to have a conversation about that. My name is Wanjiru Nguhe. I am the Fumboa Campaign Program Manager. I am also the host and creator of the Mine is a Comment podcast. I am joined today by my co-host, my very able co-host, Rachel Wikali. She's the founder and convener of the Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defenders, a very, very powerful grassroots feminist activist. I am also joined by Samantha Maina, who is a very, very good friend of mine, a former aspirant, an active Kenyan. Yes. And welcome to our show, and welcome to this takeover, the Pussy Power takeover, Mine is a Comment takeover, Young Women takeover. Karibuni sana, and yeah, let's get started. Nice. Wow. Yeah, so welcome. I don't know if you have anything you want to say to the people who are voting, anything you'd like to say to people who are still yet to vote, just very briefly before we start into the conversation.
So like for me on my side, being also an activist, and I fight for democracy, human rights. I think this is a very defining moment for us Kenyans, and also for the feminist movement in Kenya, that we have been put in a position that we have to deliver. Yeah. So I'm also excited, but at the same time, I'm also a bit worried. Yeah. Worried in terms of the numbers. I'm from Mathare. Yeah. Coming here to this show, I'm like, the numbers are not like really good in terms of turnout. Okay. But also I just hope Kenyans who are watching, if we claim we want to see a better future, let's get out and go and vote.
Yes. Yeah. And you, Nyambura, how do you feel about the elections? What do you have to say about today?
Well, I wish it was more exciting.
Yeah.
There's a very, I don't know, dullness around it. Could be the weather. It's been pretty dull. But just even leading up to today, there's not been that excitement. I'm thinking about 2017 or even 2013, you know, there's always this pomp and all this surrounding that. So I wish it was a bit more exciting, but it's not. However, I will be exercising my right to vote after this. Yeah. I get those that don't want to do it. I think it's a conversation we'll get into. But also, if you are watching this, please go out and vote. Yes. It doesn't even have, you may not be sure about, you know, presidential or governor or all these things, but I think when it comes to MCA and MP level, those are the people where, you know, it's more personal, for lack of a better word. Yes. So I really do hope that we come out. But it's troubling, and quite frankly, there's no hype.
I mean, you're right. Like, elections in this country is usually a spectacle. Yes. We get so excited. Like, the country is literally at a standstill, but it's also like there's a lot of conversation about, are you going to vote? Like, we're having a conversation, are you going to vote? Last time, I remember in the last election, there were calls from all over our family, you need to go out and vote, you need to go. And this is how we are voting. But this time, as you've said, it's a bit worrying.
And I think the other thing, Wanjiru, that also I've realized within different conversations, in different meetings, that we have had with community, in terms of also the turnout. Like, I know even there are people, until today, they don't know they're going to vote. You know, like before in 2017, it'd be like very clear, I'm going to vote with this person, and this is why I'm voting. But in terms, and I like what Samantha, she's saying that in terms of the county, which also I'm really happy, people have realized the power of county governments. Yes. So a lot of also like people realizing why it's important to vote. It's also about like this power in county government. You're not thinking about the national government, but let's see where we're going to vote within our local, like MCA, MP, and also governor, who's going to be the manager of our county.
Exactly. Yeah. And this, and you speak to the people who usually travel to go out and vote, and then in your own home area, you're not voting for the people who are actually going to directly affect the living conditions of your home. I just want us to get into the numbers of the statistics of registered voters, and in this particular election, we have 22.1 million registered voters. Out of these 22.1 million registered voters, 49% of them are women, and 50% of them are men. All right?
Okay.
Yeah. So the men are more, but they're not more. But like we've covered that gap. We've covered that gap. And then among the young people, which is 18 to 34 years, these ones account for 51% of the votes. at 10.8 million. So when they say that this is a historic vote, it's historic because of the numbers of women and because of the numbers of men. So it says that this is a vote for women, and this is also an election for young people. But the thing about the voter apathy, I think I mean, I don't know how many young people are going to show up. I don't know how many young people are excited about voting. And Samantha had alluded to, to voter apathy, and maybe she can just, talk to us about why is it okay for people to not vote? Why, how do we need to be having this conversation on voter apathy? Is it a problem? Is it an opportunity? What is going on there with the voter apathy?
I think it's a statement. I don't think it's a problem or an opportunity. Or it could be both, but I think it's a statement.
Yeah.
I want to go back to IBC.
Yeah.
They missed the mark with the new voters, right? They had targeted, I believe, 6 million.
Yeah.
We're shy of 3 million, or is it 2.5?
Yeah.
That's a statement on its own, right? So yes, we are talking about increased numbers of registered voters, but it's not, young people didn't actually register to vote. And I know it's easy for us to be very dismissive of them and say they don't care and all this thing. But what can we read from that? That's a protest against what it is that has been, right? Is it a protest against status quo? Is it they want to be heard and this is the only way they can be heard? How do we begin to open up this conversation beyond it being that you're not exercising your democratic right? I think that's a conversation that needs to happen nationally because, in my opinion, I think there's a disconnect between the political class and the citizens. And it's constantly evident, right? We see it that, so now it's going to be another cycle of promises of, quite frankly, you're not going to do anything. You're just going to come. So why do I need to participate in something that continuously disenfranchises me constantly, right?
And something that is going to almost legitimize. Legitimize, and we're saying, so we've given you the power to continue to disenfranchise me. I don't know what thoughts you have about the young women voters and, the apathy within young women voters.
For me, I see it differently. I don't think that young women or youth that we have not presented ourselves in terms of even registering. For me, I'll hold IBC accountable. I feel they didn't do enough. They didn't do a lot of voter education. They didn't do a lot of awareness. Why also IBC exists in terms of not just only for voting, but in terms of also ensuring they bring in the young people, as young people within the conversation of democracy and the responsibility around voting. Because you would see that we have had a lot of also young people coming out as new voters. But they didn't know what to do, and I think for us as Kenyans, that's where we go wrong. We are never put in terms of incubation of understanding why some of these institutions exist and why they matter. If you hear IBC, you remember 2017, the protests.
Exactly.
You don't remember IBC in terms of it's a place that has the mandate of ensuring that they deliver on the vote. And for me, I feel. Yes, there's that voters' apathy, but I feel we were never engaged. And that's why for me, I usually feel that even for this kind of election, it's important for us young people to be able to hold them into account even for the next coming government that we are here, we exist, and we matter. Because the moment also I'm very careful with the narrative. The moment also, as much as we are many, as young people, 75%
of the entire population.
The entire population.
Young people,
also Africa, also it's being led by, the population is young. So I think for me, it's also the part of, also how does politics look like? If you ask me, politics has been indoctrinated, even politics discussion around patriarchy. It's only for young men and men. And older men. And it's not about the young people. But I feel also we have that responsibility, and also civil society have been pushing that. There are organizations let's say Badili Africa that has been working on feminizing the political space. Most of us, even CGHRD and others, that political spaces, politics determines everything. Politics also determines who we fall in love with. Politics determines what you eat, how we do our own things within our own space. And that's why even people who are asked, even within the feminist movement and within the activism, personal is political. And that's why, for me, it matters as much as people say, oh, we can't talk about politics. And even having this conversation today with two of you, and it's a day for voting. For me, it matters a lot. It's a very political statement that even young women, we can discuss about politics. Already, this is already a mark that we are involved and we're talking about it. Because
Yes.
traditionally, before you will see this time of election, it's only old men
Older
will
men
go on national
discussing,
TV, on TV to
yes.
discuss about who is voting, what's the patterns, what's the number. But we are the young people who understand how it looks. But at the same time, I agree that historically, and also where we are moving, there are some gains, yes, I agree. But also we need to keep on pushing that as young people, we need to be engaged in political discussions, in political spaces.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to say we will wait until the 5 years ends and then to tawachuja to bring another government. That 5 years is very long.
It's too long, and
Yeah.
this is what I usually say. When it comes to voting, I know the queues are very long, but once you get into the voting room, you take about 3 to 5 minutes to cast your vote. And for me, I don't believe that 3 to 5 minutes once in 5 years is enough for a democracy to keep working. I think we need to keep engaging, but now we need to have a conversation as to what does this engagement look like beyond this election. I'm hoping to see, like when we're discussing the county governments and the role of county governments, I'm really looking forward to seeing more people, more young people and more young women participating in governance processes beyond the election. Just to hold the county governments, accountable, to hold the MCAs accountable. I'm really genuinely looking forward to that.
But you see also the other thing I wanted to bring is that also we need to admit, like, this is my view.
Yeah.
Someone else can say no or yes. I feel also the Jubilee government has really failed young people, and that's why there's been no, like, that hope of our votes matter. Yeah, it has really failed young people. Like the jobs we were promised, opportunities,
yes.
even the laptops that we were promised, and the 2/3 gender bill still yet does not pass.
It does not, and we'll discuss why, and we'll
You
discuss.
see,
Yes.
so I feel even the government has really failed us, and that's why we'll be like, okay, that is not our government. But also for me, even like voting, I'm still part of this government. I want to vote so that when you're not performing, I hold you into account.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And now at this point, I'm going to, we have fact checkers who will let us know, what the facts looks like, what the number looks like. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
My name is Nyakirario.
Yes. Hi.
So now, I love what she mentioned about numbers and how she feels that the Jubilee government has failed
Yes.
the youth. But talking about numbers, there's one thing that stands out in the world of misinformation.
Yeah.
And that is how they throw numbers left, right, center in their manifestos, in doctored images showing how they have masses and all that.
Yeah.
But one thing that stands out is that these people come from the same camp. So we have a deputy president and the presidential aspirant. They're coming from the same camp, but they are mentioning different numbers. So I'll read out a few numbers from the deputy and presidential debate.
Okay.
And also from the Chatham House speech, but also you can notice that these numbers don't add up.
Okay.
So during the presidential and deputy presidential debate, Ruto said that we have 5 million unemployed youth, and then Rigathi Gachagua says we have 6 million. But initially, Ruto said in his Chatham House speech, he said we have 4 million. You see, that means as much as they have the youth in mind, they don't have the data.
They don't have the data.
And they don't have the right
data,
numbers.
then how do you even know how many of them? What are you going to do about this
going
data
to
that
do
you
about
don't
it?
have? Yeah.
But what the KNBS shows is that we are at 3 million. That is from the first quarter of 2021. So we are slightly ahead of 3 million by now.
Yeah.
So another thing also that he mentions is that we are at a 9 trillion debt. And that is something that they're going to work on and all that. So Rigathi mentions it's 9 trillion, but we are at 7.7 trillion debt. So these numbers, because also as voters and as Kenyans, we have to know these numbers. So that once they say we have these numbers, it doesn't look like it's a big it's a big thing or it's a small thing. When you have the data, it makes a lot of. So that is what has been going around in the world of misinformation from our end.
Yeah.
The numbers they mention in their manifestos and all that. Yes.
Okay, and the thing about numbers is that numbers are not just numbers. These are people. When we talk about 3 million unemployed young people, these are people. These are people who wake up every day and don't know what to do with their life. These are people who probably sleep hungry. These are people who are constantly just walking around, just wondering where is the next thing going to come from. So there's something that the 7.7 trillion debt, and what does that look like for young women when we talk about debt, when we talk about the young women voters, and we are mad that they're not voting, and we're mad that there's an apathy, but what about the campaign promises and the manifestos spoke directly to young women? Did you hear anything that spoke directly? Like this, we are doing this for young women. There's gender, like the taxation is heavy on gender. Women pay more taxes. I don't know your comments on.
Nothing. all I had was we shall include them. There's all this talk, and it's very general about we shall have women in our government. We shall include women in our government,
to do
right?
What? To say
and I
what?
think that was like that was purposeful, because we're seeing the deputy presidents are women, right? Yeah. Except of course Rigathi. So it was a way to just we can't miss out, and this is I'll say this is purely due to the Martha effect. So when Martha came up, everyone was now scrambling for the woman vote, right? Because it matters. I mean, given the stats that you've given us, it's about 49% of the voters are women. Yeah. So now when you see that 49% could possibly, I'm not saying that we vote as a block, but there's a significance there, and we can't write off the Martha effect. So personally, I didn't see anything that spoke to me as a under 35. Woman, it was just, we shall include you, but what does that even look like? Yeah. And especially, and I'll be very critical of Kenya Kwanza, this guy has been in power for like the past 10 years, surely. And that doesn't mean that I'm an Azimio person. I'm just trying to critique how are you there, and then all of a sudden you're going to come and tell us that there's going to be inclusion. And not it's funny because optics are important. He gave a statement, Juicy, in Karen, and if you saw the lineup, it was just men. So exactly. I'm just like
the Kenya Kwanza coalition.
Like the Kenya Kwanza. So when you start telling me, we're signing a women charter and all these things, certain things just matter. It's the optics. It is who you surrounded yourself with. All these things matter. So when you're coming across kuna women chapter, and then it's a charter. What was that thing that they signed at your stadium? And then there's nothing that shows that I will be included. Then I have question marks. But that's just critiquing Kenya Kwanza. But both manifestos, I mean, I know there are 4, but out of the 2 that are dominant, I didn't see anything that spoke to. Yeah. All right.
So, and what about you?
Like, for me, to be honest, I'm really disappointed, and I'm happy we have a fact checker. I remember, was it like a month ago? Yeah. There was a statistic that Kenya will lead that with high number of teenage pregnancy. Right. It's a shame.
It's a shame.
We're third in the world.
In the world, yeah. In the world, it's a shame because even working around sexual reproductive health and rights, we know what it means about comprehensive sex education for us all, and for the adolescent. And seeing that Kenya, even like our own president globally, is known to be, and I think it was awarded as the he for she, and for gender equality,
policy, gender equality forum,
like we have been giving good policy around gender, but does it translate back at home? If you're having these high numbers of teenage pregnancy, if you're having the Ministry of Health in Kenya passing reproductive health policy 2020 to 2032 that is very problematic, that is against young and single mothers.
Exactly.
And single mothers, they fall under that percentage of the youthful population, and not acknowledging that we exist, and also we want to be in a space that we make policy that talks about our body. And centers our own rights around sexual reproductive health and rights. So for me, I feel we have been disappointed. If we want to talk about that democracy of manifesto that includes young women, then we can't talk about our bodily autonomy and integrity. There's a problem. If you can have both manifesto not factoring in, and having the whole Ministry of Health not respecting the value of what it means, even now the way we're talking about centering the conversation around young women. I come from Mathare. I've seen now we have been losing also young women because of unsafe abortion. And then now you're coming to make it that it's not possible even within you're a lawyer, Wanjiru, on Article 26.4, where it says abortion is accepted,
where the
you
life
see,
of the mother
is in danger. But now you're coming with policy that says even we don't care about you people, young people, you see. At the same time, having a manifesto does not factor in even the opportunities. Like, yes, you have had a child and you're a child. What are the opportunities after you having a child, and how do we hold the men accountable? Because that's defilement. There's a lot of breaking of the laws and everything. But we saw during COVID-19 where the whole issue about even the which we should all be mad of teenage pregnancy, and that both the Jubilee administration being taken to the interior security. Chiefs being told, if you see a girl in your area being pregnant, we'll hold you into account. But you're not telling those men who are making those girls pregnant, you're holding you into account. So running away from that responsibility, I felt it has really disappointed us. At the same time, for me, even when I was attending the presidential debate, I was like, this is so disappointing. You have been in an administration, or all of you politicians have been part of this administration. You have not done anything, and now say women like we are being thrown like here and there, like we don't matter. Which for me, I'm like, no, we should be part of the discussion, and if we should be part of the power. We're the ones also holding this country. Like a lot of women are running homes in different spaces
and paying the most tax.
But at the same time, you're not being listened. Like there's no like clear roadmap of what it means for women. But at the same time, I feel it's also an opportunity for us women that we still push it. Yes, we are that 40, is it 49?
Yeah,
49%. But one thing I love with women, we don't joke. Voting, even now in the queues, women are queuing. Majority of people who are loyal to voting are women, not men, according to me. I've seen it, that women, if they decide it's you, it's you. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that moving forward, I think it's a step. And also I acknowledge the women movement, the feminist movement in Kenya, and the people who have fought for this country, that we are seeing small fruits, seeing also young women presenting themselves for local political positions, seeing young people for positioning themselves for local political position. But at the same time, that's not enough. It doesn't mean because we have 3 women who are running as deputy president, then so they are speaking on behalf of all women. We need to get, I think also that we need to change that narrative. People now are like, sinyinyi mmetosheka, si tumewapatia 3 deputy president. I'm like, only 3? We need more than that.
Were we not qualified in the first place?
And we qualify, and these are women that qualify. You have seen them even during the debates. They are very
clear,
smart, and clear,
and able,
and able. So for me, I want Kenyans not to just see them as women, but see them as leaders. Don't see them just like you are a woman. See them as leaders. The same way we see men as leaders, they are also leaders. But I still feel that the 2/3, if you ask me, it should be the way you say in Kiswahili, kiboko ya kuchapa the administration. That we are not here to be just thrown left, right, and center as women. We are here also to be part of the discussion and making decisions around the politics of this country, because it matters to us. It matters to us when you're seeing women struggling day in, day out to raise kids. And then there's no opportunity to support them.
And thank you very much for that. So we are live on Twitter. I don't know if you're aware that we're live on the Twitter space. And so I don't know if there's anyone, on the space with any questions, any comments, anything to say, any compliments as well. We're taking those. Are you going to vote? We just want to hear from you and see what's going on the space. Any compliments as well, we're taking those. Are you going to vote? We just want to hear from you and see what's going on this space. Any compliments as well, we're taking those. Are you going to vote? We just want to hear from you and see what's going on. Okay. Okay, but anyway, thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask or to just engage with us. So you were talking about the sexual reproductive health rights, and then there's another thing we wanted us to have a conversation about, and this is about campaign messaging for young women, for all the way from the IBC to the political parties, and like we're very specific about the voters, not the electoral, not the ones who are vying, like the voters themselves. When it comes to the political parties and IBC and this entire process, what would you have liked to see, with regards to engaging the young voters, and specifically the young women voters? What would have made the young women voters feel like, okay, they actually want us to participate in this election. This election is actually important for us. Like, there's a lot at stake. And there is a lot at stake at this election. But how would that messaging have come out?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
So what can I say there? Now, the messaging, what it would be not something that happens on election year. Again, because it just brings back what I was saying. It's one of those things where you come back to me to try and convince me or to sell me a promise that you're not gonna deliver on. So some of these things needs to happen early on, and maybe this one needs to happen going forward, right? That whoever comes into government now and how it's going to be formed needs to look like the population, right? We're talking about 75% of Kenya is young people. That needs to be something that is demonstrated. Again, I want to see, it has to be visualized for me to even want to engage with it. And beyond that, when you're in office, it is policies, it is all these things that allow for us to be in the picture. Then from there, once we have this representation there, then I feel that, you know, IBC, the messaging there will be different, right? Because we're having Wanjiru sat there and ensuring that women's voices are going to be heard. So if you're not in the room, you're not even going to, exactly, if you're not in the room, you're not in the room. And there's not going to be, it's not going to reflect in even the messaging. So again, I question the think tanks of these guys and the people that are informing their policies. Does it look like the population? Does it look like the policies that we want to see? I want Mwekali sat in, a sexually reproductive health policy discussion, but is she even going to, she'll be out on the streets? Or she'll be out in the street with a placard and all these things. But when the thing is being drafted and it's a 10-year thing, that's going to affect millions
for 10 years.
You know, it's 10 years. So that's what happens when there's no representation. And I don't want to repeat that word representation, but that's what happened when we're excluded from deliberately excluded. So Michaela, I just want to ask about like the entire campaign, what we had the politicians saying, how the entire campaign was done. Do you feel like young women were represented even in this messaging, specifically from political the political contenders when they stand up to speak? Are women the audience of the conversation, and how, like, what do they? Yes.
I think it's very interesting. One, especially with the incumbents, the ones that have been in power, a majority of them didn't even have manifesto. They were like, already we are here to stay. So they were not speaking to new things. Already majority have failed. And I think also it's very clear that even the way politics were done. Let me give a good example with my sub-county, Mathare. You will see people now not going door-to-door campaign. Only the independent candidates were doing that, like door-to-door campaigns and talking to people. But with this party, like big coalitions like Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, majority of them were like, si tushafika. So they're not even engaging the public or the people they expect to give them the votes. And for me, it's worrying because I'm not able to engage with you one-on-one and ask you, what's your manifesto? They only just write in the poster, hey, I'll ensure there's health. And even, I realize some of them, even they don't know their responsibility.
No, they don't.
They don't. Like, you don't know your responsibility as an MP or as an MCA. You just went and copy-paste what looks nice in a poster. And I think for me, it usually hurts me when things that are supposed to be right, like health, now politicians want to use it as it's your luxury. I'm going to bring for you roads. I'm going to bring for you. And they're like, that's also not your responsibility. There are institutions that are mandated to do that. But what are you going to do as a legislator?
Yes.
So I just feel that even after election, being a Nairobian, I'm also a bit disappointed, and I want to see what will come out of this election. Because the kind of people got the party tickets for big parties, their track record is wanting and problematic. So I'm also asking myself, if Nairobi County, you're going to have this kind of leadership, where are we heading? As a county, and now everybody now is going back to their counties. Like power they're in the county government, and we're having people who also don't understand how policy are made. They don't understand what it means to be inclusive in terms of the agenda and manifesto. So when you ask me, how do I feel that they're just brushing off, and this coalition has taken away. If you ask me, I don't like this idea of negotiated democracy. I feel And this, the work also, I think, as human rights organization, will have a tough time after election. Because people have been denied what we say, democracy, exercising your power, voting. People went ahead and during the party primaries and voted the candidate they wanted, but political parties forced them candidate they didn't want. Like in Mathare, we have been forced candidates that we don't want. We feel that we don't want these candidates, but they have been presented to us. And that's why if you ask if public they are going to vote, they're like, so who am I going to vote? I want to vote, and that's why when you talk about voter apathy, you're like, why am I going to vote? And the candidates that are there, I don't like them. And I know people are like, pigia mtu usiangalie sura, but I'm like, yes, you're not angaliering sura. But these are not candidates that we want. They are candidates that we have been forced. We are in a forced marriage that we don't want to be in.
And a forced democracy and a forced...
Exactly. So for me also, I go back to political party. On both sides, they have disappointed us. And it's worrying that they have moved campaign from face-to-face engaging with the public to now to hotels. Like a politician comes and say, I'll do this and this. So even as a public, you're not in a position to ask a question. I love the political debates, the ones that were going on, but I was disappointed because I was expecting to engage with them and ask them, yes, you want to come and ask for my vote. Let's say on sexual reproductive health and rights, what's your position? On femicide.
What is your position?
On femicide, there's been high rates of young women being killed because we exist as women, and we have seen even lesbicide increasing with the Sheila Lumumba case, but who is talking and holding them accountable? We can talk about any extrajudicial killings, which I'm happy that we have seen even precedents with Willy Kimani case, they have been sentenced. But around women issues where us young women, we are being killed by men, who is asking for that accountability? I remember early this year when one of our comrades was killed in Isiolo, Elizabeth. We did a protest here in Nairobi and across the country that we are tired of seeing women human rights defenders being killed and women. And we'd want even the judiciary we want to see cases and people being held and men being held into accountable. But nobody's talking about it. I was expecting even the presidential debates as young women that we see, even there's that positioning that femicide is a big issue in Kenya, and we are going to take care of it, and we are going to hold these men accountable. Because to be honest, even me as a young woman, I'm also scared who to fall in love with, because I don't know if next Nabia Mtu, I don't want you, and then they'll kill me. And then people will just say, eh, you see, and don't
you should have reported.
You should have reported.
You should never have been there.
We have seen Agnes Jerop being killed and the whole thing being turned and used against her. So I think these are the things, if you ask me, the next government that is coming in place, we need to push that. And for me, even the around sexual reproductive health and government, I'm waiting the next government to get in. But also we should be worried on the narrative around when even people when the candidates were being asked, and this also came through for me that this country has been brainwashed around, with all the due respect of religion, around religion and not choice. People have been forced not to go with their choice. You could say even the introduction when candidates were being asked, could you tell us about yourself? You here are married to so-and-so, I'm a mother of so-and-so, and I'm a husband of so-and-so. What if you're not a married person? Does leadership has been reduced to you being married to so-and-so and having kids. So does it mean if you don't have kids or not married, you're not a leader?
You're not a leader.
And we know many people who are leaders and they're not married, they don't have kids. So I feel if you're looking in terms of democracy and what it means for this election, we have to critique that. That Kenyans be wise when you're going to vote. Leadership is not about the religion fundamentalism. That people have to be associated with church or this thing we say ati Mungu alimchagua. Mungu achaguangi viongozi wabaya.
Ayuko kwa ballot.
Mungu ayuko kwa ballot. Nataka viongozi wabaya.
Let's just pause there for a moment. We have some Twitter comments, but unfortunately, my phone is doing the thing. It has hung. But before we read the Twitter chats, I'd like us to hear from Nyakera, right? Yes, about the numbers, especially with Kenya Kwanza and the manifesto and what they have apparently for the women, because they had a whole charter. And I'm also seeing from the Twitter comments that it has 5 women running for office, and so maybe we can just confirm, what the Kenya Kwanza, the manifesto, what it has for women, how many women are running, like what does that look like? With regards to especially the conversation we're having about young women voters and
while we look at the numbers of women, I'd love to challenge you to look at this image and just a minute. Still on numbers, just to look at this image and wonder how they use masses.
To like the entire mis and disinformation, what has happened and what we've seen with this election is that people have been deliberately disinforming the public. Where it is deliberate, you actually want to deceive people, and so there are ways to tell you know, when someone is disinforming the public, and sometimes you do that so that you can have you know, to look like you have a large following, and, and to look like you understand, and so that you can also be manipulated into voting a certain way or not voting a certain way. And so therefore the conversation on which is a real picture, what is a real image, what is fake, you know, what is false information is a very, very important part, even as we have our conversation, and the fact checkers help us to have an honest public debate. So if we're talking about the numbers, we are having a conversation from what is actually happening. So there are tweets I want to read here, you know, from the people following us on Twitter. We have people following us on Twitter, and you know, Maurice Otieno. Hi, Maurice. He says, Maurice is my boss. He's saying that he's listening to the Fumbua Kenya program manager, which is I. And then there's also Kirema, and who is saying that Kenya Kwanza is women-centered. For example, there are 5 women running for governor. Forget the optics of the DP, not going for the presser with women. Walk the talk. Yeah, and then we have JM at J Molel, or JM, you know, and they're saying that it is interesting that New York Times felt that this elections was about the SGR, and how did they come to that conclusion? It doesn't seem to me at all. I don't know, I haven't seen conversations about infrastructure or anything. I don't think, and if we're going to talk about infrastructure, maybe we're going to talk about the cost, you know, of the infrastructure. But I want us to go back to what Kirema is saying at Famos here, where they're claiming that Kenya Kwanza is women-centered. For example, there are 5 women running, you know, for governor, and forget the optics of the DP not going for the president. I think that was a response to what you talked about.
Yeah, what I said, and I want to react to that. And kudos for the increase from 7%
First of all,
in 2017.
is it true that there are 5 governors? I'm sorry to cut you
short. But yeah, fact check.
Is it true?
Yeah, let me check that.
So I should check in.
And also,
right?
if you can give us like a number of the women running within,
maybe even a comparison on Azimio and
Kenya
Kwanza, right?
Yeah.
And kudos to the increase, because we did state earlier on that it's 7% in 2017. Now we're 11%.
Yeah,
that's women aspirants.
Yeah.
Kudos to any woman who's just jumping in there at various levels. Yeah. But my point is, there's women running for office, and then there's women getting elected. Those are 2 different conversations. So kudos to Kenya Kwanza. If it's true that it's a 5%, kudos for opening up that space. Why am I even saying opening the space?
As if,
but as if it needs to be open. But kudos to them. But then there's a reality where we can be Yes, 11% of the aspirants.
Oh,
but how many of us will actually get elected?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's another conversation that needs to happen afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I appreciate what Kenya Kwanza has done, but it's also important that the optics
really do matter.
Do matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I want to add on Samantha's statement, And this is the thing, as public, we need to be critical and clear. And as a woman and a young woman in this country, some of these things sort of, they trigger me because they're like, we have already given you 5 seats. I'm like, but how many are we?
First of all, the language, we are
We're
giving you 5 seats.
Opened up a space.
It's like we're being done a favor.
Yes.
And if you can look in terms of numbers, even if it's Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, they're depending also on our women constituency. And women, we are not homogeneous. That's the thing also they need to understand. Even if they're having those 5 positions, which we respect and I value those women, wherever they are. And I wish them all the best. I just wish they get the seats today.
Yeah.
But what does representation looks?
And what does it mean?
And what does it mean?
Yeah.
I know there's one of the women rep, the one who was called Toto. Even the name, it's problematic when you say Toto. She's a woman leader that has presented herself and a young woman. So she needs all the support.
No, but is that her name?
That's the thing I'm saying.
It's actually
the
her
nickname.
name.
You see, I'm like, you should humanize the fact that whether it's Kenya Kwanza or it's Azimio, as women constituency, we don't owe them anything. We owe them our votes, that they need to look at it as we are the people who are coming to vote. As in the seats, we deserve it.
Yeah.
And not being told we have only given you 5.
But
for me, it's also a matter of, if you're having all these men from those coalitions and not having the representation of women, in terms of Kenyan politics, my understanding, in Kenyan politics, we have party owners, party members, and party supporters.
Yeah.
Party owners are the ones who make decisions, and party owners are those men who stand there and say, we're talking on behalf of women.
The optics,
and they negotiate
the
for
optics
power,
we are being told
and
to.
they negotiate who has what, who takes what. So for me, if they really meant well, if you ask me, they should have had, I was looking forward to see if they will have a deputy woman.
But
if they're having this 5, if they're saying they're having this, they really mean well for the women. But it does not mean also Azimio is good, because
also we need to see how
they have a deputy.
They have a deputy, which is
if
great.
It's one whom, it's great, and I appreciate that, even with the Roots Party, and I really love their narrative, by the way.
And their Ghana Party as well.
And their Ghana Party, with Ruth. So for me, it's a matter of, apart from just this one, how many are in the county, MP and MC, and how many women have been locked out, especially because they're not, if they are calling out, even they're holding their political leader accountable, how many have been locked out. But I really like this aspect of fact checking, because even if you'd have asked me, I'm like, wait. But in most of our grassroots communities, we don't know if this is a lie. We're like, Kenya, watu wako na numbers, watu wanasonga, hao wanashinda.
Your time, they're getting
fake
numbers.
News or false news moves faster?
The false information moves faster. It definitely travels faster.
And also it shifts the narrative around people's mind. And
yes.
that's why, if you ask me what the work you do with Fumbua, it's critical. And I really love you and your team to localize it with the local community.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of disinformation, and when also you're in Mathare, you realize it needs to be, Kenyans need to understand that these are a critical point, especially during online spaces.
Yes, especially now that we're in the elections, it's very possible for people to have, narratives about certain things. I like that we've gotten into the second phase of the conversation, where now we are talking about the women aspirants and the women running for office, and the fact that we have an increased, increased women running for office. So I'm going to start with you, Samantha, because we did a campaign. For those of you who don't know, in 2017, at a time like this, we were busy buying tea, looking for breakfast, looking for our agents, First of all, please take us down memory lane. 2017, at a time like this, where were you? What was going on?
I was going through like PTSD right now. Okay, it's like 5 years ago right now. I was pretty nervous. Going around my police
and you had already
station.
Voted with the.
Yeah, I voted. It was MCA Kilaleshwa, in case anyone was wondering. I came in third.
Out of 9.
Out of 9.
Out
so
of
yay
9.
me. But so right now, last year, I was checking if my agents have even showed up. here because let me tell
because
you,
it is, yes,
you gotta protect your vote. But anyway, I even lost the question because you just took me back to like 5 years ago.
You're supposed to take us back to memory lane, because I know there are young women. Well, I don't know if they're listening to us. I think I don't know, if, but I hope they watch this later. Yeah, so maybe just just to encourage them. And
first of all, congratulations, you've reached this far.
You were on the ballot.
You survived.
You survived. Yeah.
Especially if you went through like the whole party process, party nomination, getting the clearance. Congratulations, because it can be a lot.
It is a lot.
And I mean, no, not even joking. The emotional, the physical. It takes a lot, and especially for women. And I'll go back to the incidences that we faced. So the team was majority women, right? And it was very clear that you can't even vote past. You can't go looking for votes.
You can't campaign past 6 p.m.
Past 6 p.m. Because it is my responsibility as a candidate to ensure that those that are volunteered to be part of my campaign are safe. And not even that. Safety doesn't come at because it's dark. That's when the men become aggressive. Even those physical harassment, right, that we face on the campaign trail. I'm sure some of the women can speak to this. There's the whole aspect of the catcalling, the entitlement that men feel that they have over our bodies,
and over
our space, over our how dare you think that you can come and occupy this space. So to even see the increase is amazing, but I know it comes at such a huge cost. And these are just things that we need to be able to unpack as a society. So kudos to you, and if you're watching, congratulations, and I really do hope you get that seat. And beyond that, it's not just getting the seat, it's about servant leadership, and you're centering the people that you say that you want to represent. But I think for those that will not get into these seats, I hope that you have a care.
We'll talk about that. Hold that thought.
I hold it.
Hold that thought.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're getting ahead of us. Hold that thought. Female aspirants, young women, especially young women who are running for office. I'm sure you have, like people within your community who are running for office. What?
And especially now there's a ward in Mathare that is really close to me. I'm like, whoa. Mlango Kubwa ward. We have like, the other aspirant, but we have also 2 fantastic women running for office. Also on Azimio ticket, that's Jubilee. That's Patricia Modeu. And also on Kenya Kwanza ticket, UDA, Susan Makungu. But observing also from social media, in Mathare we have a very famous Facebook page called Chukwa la Siasa Mathare.
Oh, with
I've ranted, I've called out people, but I'm like, oh my God, the kind of misinformation, disinformation about the two.
And gendered
even like sexism.
Yes.
That has been...
Online harassment.
Online violence have been, like, this is not fair. And you can see, like, even one of the candidates among us, the 2, we happen to see even online that her husband was kidnapped and she's supposed to campaign. You can imagine, and the kind of ranting, also people are like throwing shades on her, and I'm like, this is not okay. So for me, I feel that majority of women, it has not been fair. Still at this era, we have seen people and public being not caring and mindful to the female politician. We have seen people going to their private life. If you wonder, the way I was saying, public office is not also about your private life. Bring this respectability politics, and saying, oh, I've seen you sleeping with this one, blah blah blah. But I've not seen men being subjected to the same marking scheme. Over how many women they have also been deadbeat fathers, and how many women they have, or they are marrying or not marrying, being with. So I feel still we are not yet there in terms of respecting women candidates, and we need to keep on pushing. And that's why for me, it's very critical that even at this era, that we don't say we need to relax. We need to start also seeing online violence to be part of gender-based violence.
Because online violence is
emotional violence.
It's
violence. I've experienced that also as an activist in 2019, when also I was profiled and had to leave this country. And though even for me it was profile, it was also profile around how do I look, and even the body shaming.
And also you are a young woman.
And I'm a young woman. So you wonder like the kind of also violence even as activists and women in general and black young women, and especially if also you are a poor, it's worse. You get subjected. And most political parties are not holding people into account, even the government. This should not be entertained. And that's why for me, if you ask me, even in terms of the legacy of what Kenyan government signed last year for Generation Equality Forum, ending GBV and committing a lot of money for this year before 2022 election that will give like, was it 23 USD? Fact checker, you can check that. I don't give wrong information, or I don't disinform people or misinform people.
Yeah.
I still feel that it has not been practical. They're not looking online violence as violence. So we need to bring that aspect of online violence to targeting women to be actual violence. Because emotional violence is intense and we don't have places for mental well-being. We still live in a country that mental well-being is for the privileged Kenyans. And we have seen it through COVID that everybody and every Kenyans, including even kids, got depressed and stressed. And our community has not created, and that's the thing, even within our own movement, I try to push, let's be able to create community care. Community care in terms of people, if I say I'm stressed, I'm stressed. And it's interesting the way you're talking about the weather. I was telling a friend that sometimes we don't talk even the way the weather stresses us. Like for me, this time, this cold has really made me, I'm traumatized. I'm really stressed, because also you don't have the energy. And these are the things that you need to look even in terms of ensuring that we don't leave this constituency of women. And I'm happy you're speaking about it, Samantha, and giving your lived experience.
In fact, I really want her to speak to. I really want her to talk about like what do you do? Like okay, so the elections has come, so now we are voting. So there's a woman who right now she's stressed. She's running around, agents, nini. So what happens?
Oh, honey, the calls will stop.
What happened? Please, what happens after the election? Because I think this is a conversation that we usually have the conversation about, let us support women running, let us mama, elector mama, yes, fantastic. Voter dada, and those things are fantastic, but let's talk about, you have voted, elections have been announced, you have lost.
And people are calling you Mheshimiwa. You will never find a job.
So let's just talk about, what does post-election mean for young women aspirants?
So unfortunately,
or just generally just women aspirants. And I think,
no, all aspirants will go through this thing, but it's different when you're like a woman. Like you're perceived as aggressive. You're perceived as almost unemployable, right? So there's a whole aspect of you have given it your all, so now you're unemployed. So
because when you're vying, first of all, you have to resign your job.
You cannot
vie and still have your job.
I'm sure there are those that have. I hope that there are those who have like their side things that are still going to cushion them. But there's a whole conversation around what's the protection you have put for yourself and your support system, right? But this is assuming that you are coupled and you have someone else who's gonna take care of you. But what if you're not? So
hoping that your relationship survives
the
election.
And let's not and let's not even put it aside. There are women who have to ask their spouses for permission to even vie for elective office. So there's that other aspect of okay, this is probably messed up my marriage. Okay, fine. So that's for the married. If you're single, my chances of even
significantly lower.
Getting someone
in this weather
to be coupled. So I mean, it's very layered, but it's very taxing in terms of even trying to go back, especially if you are genuinely like into it and wanted to actually get in there. So there's the loss, there's the whole wow, it's really happened. There's the no calls. There's the
everything goes quiet, and then
the thing just dies.
And the thing we don't talk about is how when you're campaigning, you're on a high.
It's a high.
Then immediately and I want you to hear me. I really hope you get to watch this. Once the election ends, everything just goes down. There's no scale at like a plane landing. It's just doom. Then it's suddenly quiet. Then what do you do with that silence?
So there is that whole being perceived as that aggressive. If this woman is employed here, atakuwa tu na mdomo kubwa. Atafikiria ni nani. So the whole question around, okay, are you even employable? Is it a question of having two CVs? So you present yourself as anything
because
other
you cannot
than
talk about that experience.
Yeah, because you have to almost disconnect yourself from that, and that's who you are. And you have demonstrated your ability to lead, ability to even manage a campaign, because some of y'all are
ability to innovate, to communicate.
Because some of y'all, I'm sure, you're not heavily funded. So you're probably your campaign strategist. You're doing the accounting of the campaign, all these things, right?
And those are skills that you could put in your CV, but you cannot because you dared to run for office.
You dared. So there's a lot that comes with that. And then again, that was my lived experience. It could be different for others, but that's a general truth if you ask around. That it gets a bit difficult for you, and can also even discourage you from doing this again. It can actually make you just check out. But I do hope that there's care and that you have a support system that just holds you up. Because it could get really dark.
It can get really dark. It got dark. We used to call, I remember we used to call each other, "Hi, are you alive?" It was not a joke. Now it's funny, but then it was not a joke. We were like, are you really alive? Like, are you alive? Ama umenini? And if I call and she doesn't pick up, like, oh shit, I don't know what's going to happen. So about caring for aspirants, and you know, especially the civil society really pushes for women aspirants to move forward. But maybe we can just begin the conversation on what does aftercare
means or looks like.
And what can the civil society do in this space? You know, is it speaking
beyond
to
the capacity building that we do during the election.
And the capacity building is great, but also.
Okay, but I'm not speaking on behalf of civil society. I'm speaking on behalf of Rachel Mwekali. I'm not the spokesperson of civil society.
No, you're not. No.
But I'm just saying, also being in that space, and being also that I advocate for women. Leadership in political spaces or public office or any space, because also the position all of us hold is also leadership.
True.
And even within the activism space, it's the same. It's lonely. And it's sad even sometimes when you're pushing for causes, and then when the rubber hits the road, you feel you're alone. And like when I was saying, my experience of 2019, when it was really tough in this country, when we lost the case of Caroline Mwatha. And the whole assassination thing. And then later, when now people start coming after you, you feel you're alone. And for me, I really hear you, and that's why for me, it's very critical to have a strong system. Even for me, if I didn't have that strong support system, I was losing it. Because you're like, we talk about human rights, we talk about feminism, we talk about women being in the liberation struggle, but when things get tight, you're like, oh my God, alternative leadership, even the language. And that's why for me it's critical on decolonizing this kind of language. It's very critical in terms of ensuring that do we really speak what we stand for? Do we really speak when you tell women, we are pushing for women in political leadership, are we investing on them? After, even during that period, because we'll say, it looks good. We have, let's say, these women that
5 UDA governors
or within
5 Kenya Kwanza.
But what does it mean in terms of ensuring they are safe? Are we investing on them? Are we taking care of them and their families? Because I've seen some women even being blackmailed. I've had friends who are also women political leaders, where they've been told it's either you let go of the seat, or you're coming after your kids or your partner,
and you will let go of that.
And you let go of that election.
It's not.
So it should not be that way. It should be that there's aftercare. There's care. People checking on you, asking how are you doing?
Are you alive?
Are you alive? Are you kicking? You see.
Yeah.
And for me, this when you bring this question, I'll not look at it in terms of only the political leadership. Any woman who goes or who has a leadership position should be supported. And that's why for me, gender equality question, feminists, part of Uhuru commitment is supports feminist leadership. We want to feel it to the ground. What does feminist leadership looks into practicality? Kenya leading the way, saying this is what it looks. What does it mean when a young girl also wants to vie? Let's say nowadays they have politics within the schools for leadership. Do we support them, or we tell them you are lesser a person? The same way, when some of us scholars, these activists, they are mouthy. For African woman, you're not supposed to be. Me, I'll be kerere. I'll continue being kerere unapologetically, because it's also about resisting. You resist every day, and we resist the fact that people will judge you for the position you take. People will not judge men the same, but they'll judge women. And this also comes to the point of also like ensuring that we bring up our kids in a manner they understand that gender equality is important. To understand that when women are in the leadership position, you need to support them. Because things can be rough. some of these decisions are not made in the boardroom.
No.
They are made after meetings. There's layers of meetings that you need to be part of. And if you want, and that's why when I usually tell journalists, stop complaining that women are not coming to the station or to present themselves. We are here, but also be mindful that some of these women, we have a lot of unpaid care work that we need to do, and you need to consider that unpaid care work should not be part of what you put as the marking scheme of us saying that you're not coming to the media. I mean, Madare, you tell me to come to the station at 4 p.m. Are you mindful of even my security, and I'll get there?
And how I'm going to go back?
Not 4 p.m., 4 a.m. I'm going to go back. And also, like, what kind of violence are you subjecting me?
Yeah.
For the security purposes.
Yeah.
So we need to be mindful and also the kind of narratives that are being thrown. Because it's hard being a leader in this country and in this continent. It's not being a female leader. And especially if you're a young woman, it's crazy. And that's why also you need your family also to be there for you.
There to support you.
And that's why for me, a lot of respect to any woman who has presented themselves for this election. A lot of respect. And thank you for doing, and even for the women who have come before us, thank you for opening up that space. It's not easy.
Yes. So, I mean, so when we talk about, I mean, me personally, I have an ask, to political parties who are saying that, listen, we have fronted this number of women. I would also want to see from these political parties, what does the after care support look like from political parties? If you are an employer or you are someone who supports women leadership, I want to see you, accepting. I mean, even as an employer, and you accept government where you're required to resign. But if you're not the government, why would you not employ someone who has vied for office? Why would you say, so we're not going to employ you? So I'm really hoping that is a conversation we can have about employers and companies, actively employing people who have vied for office and not requiring you to have another CV. Because how do you explain that gap that you ran for office? How do you really explain that gap? The other part of the conversation I want us to get into is what is our expectation of the administration coming in, whether it's the Kenya Kwanza administration or whether it's the Azimio administration. What do we have any expectations? Like, what does, in terms of our participation and our expectation, what does that look like? Maybe you can start with you, Nyambura.
So,
Or you don't have expectations?
You don't have expectations?
I'm that Kenyan at this point in my life where I'm just like, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
With what I've had.
Yeah.
And I could be seen as a pessimist from where I'm seated.
Yeah.
But it will. I can. Let me try and just get some of the wins. It would be if it goes vote blue, we'll have our first female deputy president.
Yeah.
And there's some significance there.
Yeah.
And that's something that can be applauded. And it's good to see that we can ascend to that office and possibly beyond.
Yeah.
So that would be good to see.
Yeah.
I hope that it does trickle down, or that the space that she's going to be able to hold, if elected, by the way. I'm not an Azimio, but I'm very non-partisan at this point. But I want to see that whatever that she's able to do with that role, to be very, I don't want to say inclusive because that's another problematic word for me, but I'd want to see it I'll just say inclusive. I want to see. I want to see it have us. I want that
government that looks like
the government to look like
room.
us, because they are going to form cabinet positions are going to be formed. I hope that the 2/3 gender rule is considered. I mean, we've seen a mess of whatever it is. If they do get majority seats in these different houses, I hope that there is a reflection of us in these seats. I do hope that the cost of living comes down. It's real.
Yeah.
I do hope that we're able to create jobs, right? For young people. 3 million is
a big number.
This is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
I do hope that they're able to deal with the issues that in education, right? And unfortunately, when I hear that some of these guys want to continue the administrative policies of previous governments, it's problematic, because we can see the effects of some of these things. I do hope that healthcare is catered for. I do hope that, water. Food security is important. We can't even feed our own people. This is a joke. How are we calling ourselves a sovereign state?
We can't feed our people.
We can't even feed yourself.
We're flagging off, things of food.
These are things that need to be dealt with at a very serious level.
Yeah.
So yes, beyond the pomp, beyond the we've won, beyond the sticking it to each other or whichever side, I hope that we get down to the issues that affect us on a day-to-day basis. Healthcare, water, sanitation, access to food security, access to housing, quality. And this is where I'll go to Agenda 43 of our Constitution. Guarantees that.
Yeah.
Can they just implement that? Gosh, we'll be happy. Quality education, quality food, right? Not just food, but quality food.
Yeah.
That we have water and sanitation, but to have access to healthcare, down to reproductive health.
Yeah.
It is in our Constitution.
Yeah.
It is not a favor you're doing us.
Yeah.
Just do the goddamn thing.
Yeah. And shut us up.
And then shut us up.
As we won't be on this. If you do your work, we won't be on the streets.
Exactly.
So
true.
why I'm cautiously optimistic, it's because these guys have been there for 30 goddamn years.
Yeah.
Ish. Yo.
All right, Mukali, what
we have a million expectations.
What do you
First, I think both sides, whether it's Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, should return back our let's say our mantras, activists.
And stop co-opting the language.
Everybody now is comrade power. Comrade power. Everybody is like,
you want it back.
We want it back. We want it back. Because also, for me, it's critical because it means whichever government comes in place, if they've been using our language, our organizing style, like you can see, organizing for Kenya Kwanza is around inequality, something that we have been pushing.
But
and I remember,
the hustler narrative.
The hustler narrative,
and
it's very critical because I remember early this year when a lot of comrades, which the Njara Revolution comrades, when they went to protest because of high cost of living, I was amongst the victim of the Mwiki police station, where they shot, tear gas us, and violated us. And we have seen also activists that also got arrested and abused and harassed. And for me, I'm like, we should not be letting these political people taking away. It's good for now speaking it as a political agenda, but also what does it mean for our causes? On the other side, on gender agenda, do they really mean gender agenda for Azimio? Do they really mean it?
Yeah.
Both of them are important. They are causes that we fight for, and I'm really happy it has centered the conversation in this country that the activist things we have been fighting for, feminists, they are now into the center stage, but what does it really mean to them? Are they serious? We need to see that seriousness.
Yeah.
In terms of also taking up the government, I'm also asking myself, what kind of government are they inheriting?
Correct.
There's that. That's
and
a
that's
reality.
the thing, Kenyans, please, which camera is going to State House? The new State House. Is it this one or this one? State House, yeah. The next State House that will be there on the next president. What kind of government are you inheriting? What does it mean for Kenyan people? What does it mean for the Kenyan youth and for the Kenyan women? Is it a government, what we are saying about sexual reproductive health and rights, that is politicizing, criminalizing women's body on behalf of also foreign people? On behalf of religions, fundamentalism. We can't sit in a country that women are dying in informal settlement and not talking about it. Teenage girls are being impregnated and no man has been held accountable.
Because it's a rape crisis.
Yeah,
teenage pregnancies are a rape crisis.
It's a GBV case. No shelters. Like now, I've not been sleeping, running up day in, day night. We are part of a working group that is supporting now and subgranting safe houses in Nairobi to ensure that our women are protected. But that should be the work of the government, to ensure there's no GBV, to ensure that in crisis, community are protected.
Social security.
Social
important.
Security is really important.
But what Samantha, you said, can we have a government that implements Article 43, socioeconomic and political rights?
Period.
Right to housing. We have seen, I'm also part of Amnesty International Kenya, and part of our work has been around right to housing. We have been seeing evictions. I've not had any candidate talking about evictions in Nairobi. And you can't imagine being in a country where in the morning there are bulldozers at 2 a.m., your documents disappears, you lost all your documentation. And we know, like in Nairobi, in Kenya, getting a birth certificate, how hectic and crazy it is. Just a simple birth certificate, just simple as even ID card. and then your home is you're being evicted in your home, you have nowhere to call a home. So I expect the next government to be critical and involved. We talk about public participation. What does it mean protecting the public? Now they're all over informal settlement. We want your vote. Nobody is talking about that. It's problematic. Healthcare. I'm sure all of us, we pay black tax in one or another. We are in WhatsApp groups that over and over we have to say, contribute. Someone is going for this treatment. Contribute. For me, the whole thing of privatizing healthcare, I don't like it. Healthcare should be a right in Article 43, the way we say every Kenyan has a right to good health. What does it mean? Stop confusing us with all this yes, I respect universal healthcare and everything, but why should you bring all these shortcuts if you can implement it? And you saw it during COVID. That healthcare was fundamental. One thing I loved, and if you're a politician, you need to rethink clearly. COVID made us be equal. The way they ran to Europe, lockdown.
Did it expose the
It exposed them, but at the same time, it showed that if you didn't have money at that time, you're not surviving. And my sincere condolences to the people who lost their loved one and friends. Is not easy. But seeing a state that all of us didn't trust in our state, it's so bad that you live in a government that you can't trust them, they can take care of you in a crisis. Some of us were running up and down, trying to look for Kenyans to feed people. And me, I thank Kenyans who came through even for our own initiatives to support communities to be able to get a meal. So it goes back to us, Kenyans, when you're going to cast your votes, does that really leader that you're going to vote? Stop these shenanigans of saying, Suti, no Suti here. Just ensure that you get the right candidates. That deserves to be leading us. But at the same time, how do we engage after?
Yes, and that election, is the critical part.
To keep them accountable.
Election today is the D-Day, but I think life starts after tomorrow.
The work begins after tomorrow.
After tomorrow. How do we continue holding? Stop saying this narrative of we wait after 5 years.
Yes. So we are just going to, hear from our fact checker today with some of the verified facts.
Yes. So far what I've found is that there are 5 women from UDA who are going for the gubernatorial seat and 23 collectively.
That's good.
But also, there is one thing that I feel I'd love to show us. It's an initiative by Piga Firimbi, African Censored and Odipodev. So this is my candidate. It's a website where you can check who is going for what and all that. But also, if you can see here, from my candidate we have only 3 women captured here. So there's that differences. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But in here you can check everything, every candidate that you have in mind, whatever constituency, whatever location.
The ones that have degrees and they qualify.
The ones that have degrees, the ones that qualify, the ones.
So there's politics of exclusion.
And
you say leave no one behind.
Nobody has been left behind. But do you have a degree?
But also, does it
leave no degree behind?
No. I think also we need to talk about that in terms of it excludes also most of the citizens that have not had the privilege of going to school, but they are also leaders. So you should not just look who goes to university. Let's be honest. We have seen a lot of kids in informal settlement and in grassroots communities that perform really well in school, but they don't have that chance to go to university. And then you want to put degree, so it means it locks. That's why if we talk also about the leadership, it means we'll be having what we call Watali coming to rule you, the tourists. Because also if it's about power, you need people from your own community to lead you. But if we'll say degree and then let's say the constituency doesn't have a degree person, someone will be coming from another constituency who doesn't understand your issues and your problems. So moving forward, we need to look at it. We need to talk democracy into practicality.
Yes. And not excluding people. I'm told there's a picture. I think I've lost there's a picture. Yes. Okay, there's a picture here that Louis was drawing. Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Here we go. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see this talent. This is what our country should be investing.
Yes, and this is what our leadership should look like.
Yeah.
It should be creative.
I don't know if Lou, you have also had in the manifesto anything to do with talent
and creativity and sports. Not just a blanket. Oh, this is wonderful.
So
thank
beautiful.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is how they do it.
This is how we do it.
This is how they do it at the big picture. It's literally a picture. It's big. Okay, not.
It's a picture.
It's a picture. It's a picture.
Yeah.
But I love it. I love it. I love it. And all right. So I think we're going to put it. Oh, this is so good.
In our feminist government, we love this one. This is what feminist leadership looks like. This is how feminist government looks like.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samantha, for being with me today in this, and thank you for saying yes. Thank you so much, Rachel Mikali, for coming and for your very powerful, conversation. And to you, Samantha, thank you so much. And to everyone, who's listening to us on every platform that you're listening to us from, I hope you have voted. Or that you are on your way to voting, and if you're not about to vote, I mean, if you're thinking that maybe you're not going to vote, I really do hope that you continue to keep this government accountable, and that we continue to participate within government, after the elections, because the real work begins after the election. And I have to speak. I mean, and I have to say something about misinformation. Please make sure you're verifying before you share. Don't share if you've not verified, because this is how misinformation gets spread, and this is how. How do you verify? There are fact checkers. Yapiga Firimbi is here, and they usually have like a list of the information that has been verified. All right, and so if you're not sure of anything and there's no way for you, just don't share it. Yeah, and how to verify if something has happened, then you can always look at who else is posting these things. So if you see information from one source, then it's probably not true. You should always look at other sources. What is Biga Firimbi saying? What is African Censored saying? Citizen, NTV, K24, all those things. Because you cannot just be one person who is experiencing something that is going on. I do hope that we have a safe and peaceful election.
Yeah.
May the best candidate win. I hope that we get a leadership that cares about us, kwa sababu Kenya inastahili heshima. And thank you so much. And have a fantastic day. Have a safe day. When you vote, after you vote, please go home. Tunasema ni uchaguzi bila noma. Uchaguzi bila noma.
Form ni amani.
Form ni amani.
And also Kenya should learn celebrating its own women.
Its own women, exactly, yes.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone who's vying. I wish you all the best, and please take care of yourself after the elections. Please, 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 it's very, very important. And thank you very much. And goodbye.
And you're going to vote.
And I'm going to vote, yes. We are going to vote, and I hope that you vote.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
The 2022 general election will perhaps be the most memorable for women in Kenya.
I commit on behalf of Kenya Kwanza Alliance that we shall allocate 50% of all cabinet positions to the women of Kenya.
And following intense consultations, we have decided that the holder of this office has to be a woman.
There have been punchy declarations that seem to wipe away the tears of gender disparity in the political scene.
I am so excited. I am so overwhelmed with joy. I can't believe it. This is beautiful.
The symbolism is iconic and historical.
But is it really?
A total of 14,137 male candidates and 1,962 female candidates have been cleared to contest, while one candidate is from the third or other gender.
We have men who are saying, what will a woman do?
This year, women account for only 12% of the total number of candidates vying for different positions. One of the reasons behind this dismal performance is patriarchy. We visited 4 women vying for seats in different parts of the country, and this is their story.
Asubuhi siasa.
Hata nikimweka kimondo.
Sasa Raila ameacha kuwa kimondo. Saa 6 siasa. Nobody can stop.
Kwa kanisa utafuruzwa.
Mimi akili yangu yote nani.
Almost trying to show, we can do without these people.
Wanajulikana wale walikuwa wananunua mahindi kutoka Mexico.
Waligula.
Women should not compete for our spaces.
So when you are unbogable, you're not scared.
Jioni siasa na imechamuka Nairobi.
It's a warm Sunday morning at St. John ACK Mlechi Church in Mbale, Taita Taveta County. This Thanksgiving service is the first of the day's activities for Patience Nyange. She has been invited to not only lead this part of the service, but to also speak to the congregation about her intentions.
Nimekuja nyumbani mwaka huu wa 2022 maana nimesikia mwito wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Mwito ni mmoja. Katika kiti cha ugavana mwaka huu wamesema ni nafasi ya Mao. Ni zamu ya Mao.
Nyange is seeking to become the first woman governor of Taita Taveta County. This is her debut into the world of politics.
Kama habari hiyo haijafikia nyinyi watu wa Mlechi, habari hiyo iko Voi, iko Mwatate, iko Taveta na hata maeneo tofauti ya eneo bunge la Mundanyi.
After this, she must meet a group of traders in Voi town before she calls it a day.
So in a typical day, on a weekend and on Sundays, my agenda mostly is to go to churches, which ideally serve as a common platform to meet electorates. In every weekend you have almost many invitations, maybe let's say 5 to 10 invitations. So you try and choose based on where have you been before and where are the areas that you haven't been to. It feels different that I'm on this other side. I'm not interviewing, I'm being interviewed. And then I think for me, I knew I'll get into this kind of a race, but I just didn't know when. And I think 2022 for me presented an opportunity. My first entry into politics 2022 and for running for the governor race is because there's no woman putting themselves in this race.
The race for the governor's seat in Taita Taveta has attracted a total of 13 aspirants, including 2 women, Nyange and Agnes Wakesho. The others are the incumbent Granton Samboja, former Senator Dan Mwazo, Godino Mwasaru, Faustin Muhendi, Mwatate MP Andrew Mwadime, among others. Nyange must not only defeat her opponents in this race, but also overcome a lifelong belief.
So for the longest time, as my aunt will put it, women are there to be seen but not to be heard. And we have grown with that understanding for the longest period. The Taita Taveta women will always be present, will take leadership positions, but they're not very, when it comes to the leadership of the county, for example, all the names that come up are really male names. We want to create a new narrative that women too are capable and they can take the governor's position.
Nyange officially announced her intention to vie for the highest seat in Taita Taveta in July 2021. Following this decision, she says she has been persuaded severally to tone down on her political ambitions.
The men here are very comfortable in taking the position and guarding it, defending the status quo that it has always been, this is a man's position. And that's why you find that it's very easy for them to approach me and ask me to be their deputies, but it's very hard for them to say, well, I've sat down in meetings with potential male aspirants and we have agreed, I want to support you. You're ready to support me. Well, shall we do a research? If it favors you, then I'm happy to be a deputy. But should it favor me, are you happy to be my deputy? And the conversation dies right there. Thank you. It makes me feel nice. It makes me feel we arrived for this journey. It makes me feel that the community is ready to embrace a woman leader. And I think one of the things that they're seeing is I'm a different person. This is not the kind of a leaders they used to. The first of Taita Taveta leadership, as I said, is male leadership and an older man. So what they see is there's a woman here, a young woman who is ready to do this. Nizamu ya Mao.
Born and raised in Taita Taveta, Nyange, a media communications and advocacy specialist with a background in human rights, attributes her new political journey to, among other things, the Kenya Women series, her weekly online article that tells stories of women.
They are good stories about Kenyan women. Kenyan women are capable, and I will tell you, part of this journey for me has been inspired by the stories that I wrote. So what I'm bringing different is I am bringing a different source of revenue for my community. I want to believe that through investments and through investors who will invest in Taita Taveta County, there's more money that we can really generate through the investments that we want to bring on board.
But even with the big dreams for her county, she must often tackle questions and doubts of patriarchal nature that condemn women as unfit to lead.
The idea here is where are you married? Are you married within this community? Oh, yeah. So I just decided not to talk about that conversation altogether. Because the moment you go to many places, then the idea is you said everything. It's all beautiful. But are you married? They don't ask the same questions to men. But why do they ask those questions to women?
The Oxford Dictionary defines patriarchy as a society or government in which the father or eldest male is head of the family and descent is reckoned through the male line. It is also defined as a system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. Although Kenya has made strides in ensuring inclusivity of the female gender in various aspects of the society, patriarchy still exists and means different things to women from different communities. In another part of the country, the concern for women seeking leadership positions is not just about family.
This is Manyata Soweto. We are coming to talk to women and some village mates who are Soweto to ask them for votes. We are campaigning here.
It's a hot and windy afternoon at Manyata Soweto village, Laisamis Merile Ward, Marsabit County. These women have trekked long distances to listen to one of their own before the dusk to dawn curfew put in place by the government to stem banditry in the area sets in.
My name's Rose Guilela Orguba. I'm a mother of 5. And I have other adoptive children. I'm a widow, and I live in this society. I come from a Rendile community, and if you are looking for patriarchy, this is where patriarchy lives in. Yeah, it is where the roots are.
Rose Orguba has been working as an activist in Marsabit County, championing the rights of women and girls from the communities living in the area. But she is now seeking to become the first woman member of County Assembly MCA for Merile Laisamis Ward on an ODM ticket.
When you look at girls, they are married off at a very small age, and the mother does not have to say anything. Your daughter can be given out to an old man who is sickling, who is dying, and just because the old man wants his home to, grow, the daughter is given, and you are not supposed to talk as a woman. Secondly, girls are being circumcised. Those are the things we will also tell them, it's not right. My daughter should not undergo this thing.
These are some of the challenges Orguba has desired to fight since 2017 when she first launched her bid for the MCA seat.
2017, I tried, I wanted to vie. I said, I just want to go see what is there, see how I can fight for the rights there. But my clansmen approached me and told me, just relax, this is not your time. So from that time I've been thinking, let me run for this thing called MCA. Let me see how I can change the lives of these women. And it just grew from there. Amen. 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 Amen.
There are 9 contestants vying for this seat. 3 of them are women, including Orguba. This is the first time she has successfully endured the campaign period and is willing to push through to the end despite opposition from some members of her community.
I've had 3 instances whereby they called me to a meeting with another man. They said that the 2 of us should not be vying. That's the men. They told me I'm not competent. The other one, they took me to another Manyata, different men. They told me to step down. I said I'm not stepping down. The third one is my clansmen came to my house, and clansmen from my mother's side. They came to my house at night and they asked me to step down. We are just asking you humbly, it's not a force, so please just go, because it's not good if men curse you. And I told them, okay, I'm not stepping down because I have people who believed in me.
There are positions that have been created for women, like the women rep position. From such a setting, societal setting, it would have been the easiest seat for you to vie for, because you're a woman and you're competing with fellow women. Why did you choose to vie for MC?
I wanted to start small. This is a ward, but actually I've never dreamt of looking for a women rep, because I think it's a position whereby it looks like some kind of a place whereby I just go. I needed these men to feel that women also have some power. When you don't compete with these men, you will not even feel them. You know, they have to feel your presence.
Marsabit is one of the counties in Kenya that face bandit attacks from time to time. Recently, the county was placed under a dusk to dawn curfew as a measure to curb insecurity in the area. This means little campaigning time for those running for seats and more criticism for women aspirants like Orguba.
That is the biggest thing they're asking me. You know, you are a woman and the animals will be taken. Yeah, people will come and kill us here. What will you do as a leader? I don't have to go for a fight to be a leader. Yeah, I'll fight using my mouth.
The struggle for women to attain positions of leadership, not only in politics but in other spheres of power, dates back to independence.
These problems we are experiencing right now, of still not even having our minds ready for women in the political space, actually come from that political culturalization that was of Moi and also the Kenyatta One regime, the post-independence regime. I think those are the ones which encultured the fact that the political space, and especially so at the national level, is a space for men and not women. It's only the few women who, at some point, it's tokenistic, at some point, they've come to think and talk like the few men that can be given an opportunity. But in terms of equality of arms, no.
In order for women to break through this barrier, the Maendeleo ya Wanawake organization, which was formed in 1952 to promote women's rights and sustainable livelihoods, would become an important vehicle through which some, if not most, women would find their way into politics.
Kama si maendeleo ya wanawake, nafikiri wa mama wengi hawangeingia ama wangekuwa na courage, kwa sababu walikuwa wanasaidiana na wamama wale wako kwa chama. Hiyo chama ilianza zamani na wakina mama ya wasungu, ndio wakafundisha wamama wetu wa watu wa Kenya, na ndio wamama wakachukua uongozi kutoka hapo, wakajua kumbe tunaweza kuongoza.
Alison Chelaite was the first and last woman to be elected mayor of Nakuru municipality in 1996. She credits the Maendeleo ya Wanawake organization for catapulting her to leadership in the 80s when she was nominated and later successfully vied for a councillor's position at the municipal council.
Attitude ya wanaume siku hizo hawakuwa wanapendelea wamama waongoze. Hata walikuwa wanaona mimi ni vibaya sana. Kwanza kwa upande wa town walikuwa naona mbaya sana.
A year later, in 1997, Chelaite would unsuccessfully attempt a parliamentary position in Nakuru. Meanwhile, on the national front, Charity Ngilu would dare to vie for the top seat in the land under the Social Democratic Party ticket. She emerged fifth with slightly over 400,000 votes.
Kenyans want to see new leadership in place, and that is why they are giving me this support. And I do believe that Kenyans also now believe in what I've been saying and believe that we can remove the current leadership.
And I would say proudly, it was my first election and I voted for her. It's the first time for me to vote, and I voted for Mama Ngilu then.
The late Professor Wangari Maathai also contested the presidential seat under the Labour Party of Kenya and garnered a paltry 4,133 votes. 5 years later, when the late retired President Mwai Kibaki and his NARC government took over power, there was a ray of hope that women would take up more positions in government.
I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kenya, declare that the Constitution set out in a schedule shall be the new Constitution of Kenya with effect from the 27th August, the year 2010.
The promulgation of the Constitution in the year 2010 spelled a new dawn for women in Kenya by increasing opportunities for leadership. Article 27, Part 8 of the Constitution, which requires the state to take legislative and other measures to ensure that not more than 2/3 of elective or appointive bodies shall be of the same gender, would be the key to ensuring equal representation. However, 12 years later and several debates later, this has not come to pass. Bobby Mkangi was a member of the committee of experts involved in the entire constitution-making process.
Well, politics is a child of society, just like the law. You know, the law reflects what the society and society's experiences are, and also the politics. I think it's that thinking, and because we think ethnically, we mobilize, organize ethnically. So right from those social, cultural structures, the woman is already out of the game. You know, she's supposed just to be an observer or a commentator at best. So she's already killed just from the way we organize and mobilize our politics.
In December 2012, the Supreme Court, under the leadership of the then Chief Justice Willy Mutunga, ruled that the 2/3 gender rule would not apply in the March 4th, 2013 election, but instead be implemented progressively up to 2015. But this did not come to pass, and in September 2020, former Chief Justice David Maraga advised President Uhuru Kenyatta to dissolve Parliament after it failed to meet the constitutional provision of the 2/3 gender principle, an advice that fell on deaf ears.
The good thing is, position-wise, and especially with a good retired former Chief Justice David Maraga, when he put out his advisory opinion, asking the president to dissolve Parliament, fortunately, in terms of paper trail, he did put up an official constitutional position.
One of the gains from the 2010 Constitution is the creation of the Women Representative position, which gives an opportunity for women from each of the 47 counties to have one of their own at the National Assembly. This year, Dr. Josephine Kulea hopes to hold that seat for Samburu County under the Democratic Action Party Kenya ticket.
I'm learning that it's expensive than I thought, because like now in Samburu there's been drought for the last 2 years, so it's even tougher now to do campaigns here because like people are hungry, so food is priority, and then also they still expect handouts, so it's double cost.
Dr. Kulea is an internationally renowned women's rights and anti-FGM activist who was lauded by former US President Barack Obama in 2015 for her work with the Samburu Girls Foundation.
I'm hopeful because of a young woman named Josephine Kulea. So Josephine founded Samburu Girls Foundation, and she's already helped to rescue over 1,000 girls from abuse and forced marriage and help place them in schools.
And that's one of the reasons I ran for office, because I feel the work that I'm doing for the girls in this community is like a drop in the ocean.
However, despite her work and her fame, she confesses that the roots of patriarchy run deep in this community.
As a woman from a community that is highly traditional, ours is still bad because yes, we can run for office in all seats, but so far, like I think it's only Samburu County, we've never elected a woman MCA because they believe the rest of the seats is for men. It's only the women rep should be our seat. But luckily, the last election we elected one woman MP, and I don't know if that will change. We shall see, because the men are already grumbling. But for us, we feel like there is a lot of patriarchy in our society, but I think it's also being encouraged. So tuko tayari kuchagua viongozi watatufanyia kazi. Tunapaswa kuangalia nini kwa kiongozi? Matendo na maendeleo, si ndio? Mtu asikuje kuambia mkinipea nitawafanyia, na chake ukiwa mahali huko umefanya.
Such ladies, when you go to their reason of what they fight for, the issues they fight for are issues that directly put a finger in the eye of the patriarchal system.
Despite the low percentage of women vying for political seats, 2022 has registered an improvement in the number of women contesting for the gubernatorial seats. In 2017, only 3 women got this position, namely Charity Ngilu of Kitui, Anne Waiguru of Kirinyaga, and the late Dr. Joyce Laboso, who succumbed to cancer 2 years after securing the Bomet seat. Those vying for the top seat in counties include Professor Agnes Mwangombe, who is also eyeing the Taita Taveta seat, Susan Kihika in Nakuru, Gladys Wanga in Homa Bay, Wangoi Ngirishi and Anne Waiguru in Kirinyaga, Aisha Jumwa in Kilifi, Wavinya Ndeti in Machakos, Mwendega Tabaki in Kiambu, and Umra Omar in Lamu.
I think comparing 2013 and 2017, in as much as the numbers are still dismal, but we are seeing small changes. For instance, 2017, we didn't have any lady governors elected. 2017, we had three, yeah. I think in as much as Senate, I think we managed to scrape through the 30% margin, 31% it is right now. I think in Parliament is 21%. So we saw the trend improve in terms of more ladies participate in the primaries and come out as candidates compared 2013 to 2017. And even now it's being reported that we are seeing more numbers, more ladies in the spaces, and hopefully we are going to have more who have been directly elected.
We find Umra Omar relaxing at her home in Shela, one of the islands in Lamu County.
Sawa, see you. Bye. Oh, I haven't seen them for like a month and a half.
Your children?
That's the weird part, but it's also very nice.
An internationally celebrated healthcare provider, Omar has decided to dive into the murky political waters of Lamu County, where she hopes to become the first woman governor under a Safina party ticket.
For me, it feels very necessary. The reaction from many, it's almost like a how dare you jump into politics, especially because you're not a politician, you've never, a campaign for anyone, let alone yourself. I mean, we do have a Chani that's running in Kwale, and she's now as a deputy governor. So that's kind of like a natural progression. So on my end, we've gotten some sincere backlash of like, how dare you get into this sandbox because it's not for you.
Her work with the Safari Doctors, an organization she founded to provide free medical assistance to remote parts of the county, has exposed her to problems that she believes she is best placed to solve.
I don't necessarily see it as running like for a gubernatorial, like this, you know, mystified position. It's more of running for an executive position in Lamu County that allows me to do the work that I've been doing for the last 7 years on a much higher capacity, that allows me to leverage partnerships that help advance our communities. So I see it more of just seeking a job as a local person.
Her rivals include the incumbent Fahim Twaha, former Deputy Governor Eric Mugo, and former Governor Issa Timami of the ANC party, whom she hopes to floor come the 9th of August.
Njoo nikuulize swali. Ona mti pale? Hebu tafuta maarifa yale maua yaingie pale ndani.
However, like other women vying for seats in different parts of the country, she has also received her fair share of criticism.
Apewe. Kweli?
Tufanye mabadiliko jamani.
Hakika wewe upingwa lakini.
Upingwa? Tatizo hata mtume pale pingwa akatoka Madina, akatoka Maka ngenda Madina.
Tambo. Wazima. There's a lot of naysayers. What? They kind of keep reducing as months and now years go by. There's the gender room. There's some people who strongly believe religiously that a Muslim woman in no way can like take that level of a leadership. It's like, okay, you can go until here, but nothing beyond that. Number one, I envision a Lamu where we can localize our policies and our resources. We export a lot of our currency right now to other counties, and by that I mean we have an NHIF program, an excellent step towards universal health care. However, how do we have health facilities that can absorb what we're investing in, the 120 million that we're investing in the NHIF plan? We have scholarships and bursaries, like this model of advancing education.
To make this a success, Omar has enlisted the support of former Lamu West Member of Parliament Julius Ndegwa as her running mate in the highly competitive contest.
Mimi ni mtu ambaye anaamini wakina mama they have an equal opportunity na pia ni competent. Mimi am a father of the firstborn ambao ni msichana, na ningefurahia kuanza kuimarisha talanta za wanawake, kwa sababu pia sitopenda kuona msichana wangu amekomaa na huku anazushwa naambiwa sasa kwa sababu ni mwanamke kaa hapa.
Ndegwa affirms some of Omar's qualities that he believes will go a long way into transforming Lamu.
Umra ni mtu ambaye amehitimu kama manager, na pia ni mtu anatambulikana, jamii yake ni jamii inatambulikana, na mimi nimekuwa katika hiyo uwanja wa siasa. Kwa hivyo tukitumia my political knowledge na yeye upande wa planning and other aspect, naona tunasaidiana vizuri na we need that. Sasa mimi nikiwa pale kama mwanasiasa, naye Umra akiwa pale kama technocrats, nafikiri we are fully complete. We shall get votes and we shall get the developments.
But even with the hurdles along the way, 2022 has also brought hope for women seeking leadership positions. Hope came in form of a commitment by Deputy President William Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to a 50-50 cabinet sharing formula for both genders.
I commit on behalf of Kenya Kwanza Alliance that we shall allocate 50% of all cabinet positions to the women of Kenya.
Hope also came on May 16th through an announcement that changed the mood and direction of a 4-year-long presidential campaign for the highest seat in the land.
My dear Kenyans, cometh the hour, cometh the lady. I have the great honor to announce that I have picked as my running mate and Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Martha Wangari Karua.
Oh yes, I mean, I really screamed into this car. My driver was there, I just said, did you see the news? And then I said, stop it right there. Stop it. I know Martha Karua as a person that I am completely amazed at and really inspired by. She's an iron lady like I am.
For Nyange, the naming of Martha Karua as the running mate for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate Raila Odinga was the best news to receive on a tough campaign trail.
I can't believe this. This is the biggest win for the Kenyan girl child. It's the biggest win for the Kenyan women. It's the biggest win for Kenya as a nation. I had hoped and prayed and said that whoever chooses his deputy, whoever chooses a woman as the deputy president, that will be my president. So today,
for someone who looks up to Martha Karua as a role model, the news was also deeply personal and served as a motivation for her new journey.
And you know what? This to me rubber stamps the idea that a time has come for a woman to be at the leadership of any level, whether at the national government or the county government. And I believe Patience Nyange, I am at the right time in Taita Taveta County this time. Patience Nyange, believe I will become the third governor of Taita Taveta County. On the 9th of August, 2022, I will shed my tears again. I'm excited.
But again, Kenyans need to interrogate, because we also have this tokenistic appreciation of gender, because you might find that in Kenya Kwanza, it's something that also needs to be interrogated. Yes, the Kenya Kwanza ticket might be all male, but we need to see the numbers behind compared to Azimio ticket.
Wajua ile kitu watu wanashindwa kujua, it is not necessarily one that is not meant for women. It's either gender. Kwa hivyo kama sasa tukija na hiyo katiba tuseme baada ya kuchagua wabunge hawa tutakuwa na wabunge maalum hawa ambao watacompensate to that. Itategemea haya maeneo bunge yachaguliwa watu wengi wakiwa wanaume ama wanawake.
Meanwhile, for Nyange, support from family has come in handy in this journey that comes with a lot of criticism from her opponents and detractors.
Sasa mami, habari leo? Koko man. Zima. I'm very happy and proud that my mom is supporting me through this journey. She remains the rock that prays for me every day. And I know even if the times I get home and I'm extremely tired, completely unable to pray, but I know that she's prayed for me.
Unaweza mama, unatosha mama.
Huwa napenda nimpatie support mahali anaenda. Yani aonekane kuwa wako na watu wake. Hasa mimi mama yake nionekane kuwa ninamunga mkono. Ongoza Taita Taveta, gavana wetu, tunakuamini.
Aminia Mama is a hashtag in support of women leadership. And again, everyone keeps asking me, why didn't you say Aminia Patience Nyange? I said it's not about me, it's about Kenya as a country. I hope that one day we get there.
The August 9th election is finally here. While it closes an empty chapter about a 10-year-long disregard of the Constitution on the 2/3 gender rule, what is left to be seen is whether there will be more space for women to lead in the incoming regime.
No, I don't see it happening anytime soon, because when the place is just men dominated, and you know men are also using force, because when men will beat a woman to intimidate her, how do you think we will acquire that when women are just being treated the way, you know, colonial time, whereby everybody is just beaten to silence them? So I don't think it will happen soon.
And it's not to say, it's not even a blame game. It's like, hey, give us room to build on in this spaces. Give women this, not even give us room. Let's take control of our own pursuits of improving the spaces that we live in.
Super petrol, diesel and kerosene increases by 9 shilling and 90 cents.
Laikipia East constituency received 137.3 million shillings towards a number of developments.
MPs clinched this fund to campaign and they also misappropriate this fund.
Militi yangu kuvote na hata kama nitakosa nitabidi niende Mungu ama nitafute nisi zingine.
Kichagua watu hata wanatusahau.
It is a fellowship of thieves.
In electoral procedures, nominations are basically a process of selecting a candidate for election to a public office. This, according to the Election Act, should happen if the candidate is a nominee of a political party. In the case of a member of parliament, they must hold a degree from a recognized university in Kenya. They should also be registered voters. However, this year the court temporarily suspended the law that bars aspirants without university degrees from seeking parliamentary seats. While these sound like things that fuel nominations and, more importantly, elections, there are hurdles. Since mid-April this year, Kenya has been reeling in what will rhetorically go down in history as a fuel crisis, with petrol retailing as high as 159 shillings and diesel at 140.
Period under review, the pump prices of super petrol, diesel and kerosene increases by 9 shilling and 90 cents per litre respectively.
This then, as was expected, sparked panic purchasing in anticipation of a fuel shortage. On one end, fuel stations were either closed or packed with motorists in long queues. And on the other, polling stations were getting ready for long queues ahead of the UDA party primaries. But in the midst of all these, Michael was conflicted on whether to abandon one for the other. Determined to cast his vote, Michael Gitonga was after a few liters of fuel for his boda boda.
Jina yangu ni Michael Gitonga Mshemi, ama wanapenda kuniita Baba Florence. Nafanya kazi ya boda na ndio unipatia riziki ya kila siku. Hapa ni Nanyuki Town, ni siku kubwa kwetu. Tuna uchaguzi ya UDA nomination na ndio sasa tunashughulika tupate mafuta ndio twende tukavote. Militi yangu kuvote na hata kama nitakosa nitabidi niende Mungu ama nitafute nisi zingine. Hata kama ni baisikeli nitatafuta.
Now, as Michael sets off to find fuel for his boda boda, I am left wondering what he means in his own words, mabadiliko kwa mwananchi. In 2003, the CDF Act was established. Introduced to Parliament by former MP of Ol Kalau, Honorable Karue, this fund has gone through quite a number of developments. Devoted towards equity and the fight against poverty at the constituency level, 2.5% of all the government's ordinary revenue is allocated towards this fund. 75% of this allocation is then distributed equally amongst all the 290 constituencies in Kenya. 25% of this is allocated according to a constituency's poverty level. Years later, the CDF has morphed into what we now know as the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the NGCDF.
Okay, well, the National Government Constituency Development Fund started as a Constituency Development Fund in the early 2000s. It was a bill that was introduced by Engineer Karue, or the MP Kalau then, who served later as a senator of Nyandarua. And when he introduced the bill during the first tenure of President Kibaki, a CDF, or Constituency Development Fund, was very noble then, because it was a way of having up, for lack of a better word, a bottom-up development approach, because at that particular moment as a country we didn't have devolution. So it was a way of devolving resources down there to the people.
One such beneficiary is Sweetwater's Day Secondary School in Laikipia East constituency. 4 blocks which now host almost 244 students host the NGCDF 6.375 million, according to a June 2020 Auditor General's report.
In the financial year 2019-2020, Laikipia East constituency received 137.3 million shillings towards a number of developments. 72% of this funding education and other education-related programs.
Members of Parliament, who are also patrons of this fund, are amongst the highest paid in the world, a seat that has become both lucrative and most sought after.
So MPs clinch this fund because, like I've said, to campaign, and they also misappropriate this fund. Because if you look at most of the Auditor General reports, you will find so many, the Auditor General has raised questions in so many constituency offices, because the monies there have been misappropriated. And in this way, as much as the MP was removed as a direct implementer, he's now a patron.
In the case of Sweetwater's Day Secondary School, the 6.375 million could not be accounted for. The Auditor General in this report says there was unsatisfactory implementation of projects in the Laikipia East constituency. One being the construction of 4 classrooms in this school.
The Auditor General's report mentions existence of physical, visible cracks on the walls. Of course, due to poor workmanship, and the contractor was not on site. When you look at CDF, in terms of the way they go about carrying out their projects, especially construction project, could be one of the main reasons why eventually we end up with poor quality work.
Every project funded by the NGCDF goes through 6 steps before finally being handed over to Mwananchi. First is identification of these projects through ward meetings. Then the decision of prioritization of these projects is left to the constituencies committee. Once this is done, then the projects are approved by the NGCDF board in Nairobi before funds are disbursed to the constituencies account. Once the funds are received by the respective constituencies, then implementation of these projects by the project management committee begins. Finally, before the project is handed over to the public, both the NGCDFCs and the NGCDF board monitor this project. But there is a missing bit. What happens when the project is officially handed over to the public? And what happens if the project is substandard, just like the Sweetwater Secondary School?
In some places it has benefited Mwananchi, because when it changed to National Government Constituency Development Fund, a huge chunk of the fund was dedicated to promote education in the constituencies. But the problem here, on the flip side of it, is people do not take CDF as their right, as money that they should demand from, or money that they should demand to know how it's being used, or even demand the expenditure and everything. So people think or take this money as a token from their MP, and that's why the accountability of this fund is not as high as other funds.
Well, contractually, my understanding of CDF projects, not unless there's any evidence that some are done differently, is that once a contractor is awarded a project, they have to do some work. Okay? So the government doesn't pay or CDF doesn't pay. You go to site, you carry out works, and then after a certain point, or you get to a certain milestone, an evaluation is done, where you ask for a payment to that point where you've reached, and then the CDF sends their team of the technical team to come and inspect and evaluate and ensure that the works, first of all, have reached the level that you've claimed they have, and secondly, that they have been done to the quality and specification as was agreed in the bill of quantities. Of course, this is poor quality workmanship. As I'm looking at the wood that has been used for the trusses, it's poor. It doesn't look like it's good quality. When you look at the walls, some of them have not been plastered. The plaster work doesn't seem to be good quality. I think the issues that the Auditor General raised are valid, that the workmanship is poor and that there are visible cracks on the walls.
2.5% is quite substantial, and that's why I'm saying people should be concerned about on how this money is being used in this country. And now this is not just in the NGCDF. In our public finance management, we have a very big problem in terms of procurement. That's where all the money disappears. Because when you're procuring something, there's that tendency of ballooning the budget. You claim that you have used 6 million, and in the real sense you have used 1 million. But again, the other thing is this 2.5% of our national resources usually confuse our MPs and cloud their responsibilities as per the Constitution. But look at it this way. CDF fund is just 2.5% of our entire public resources. But MPs are supposed to oversight 100% of the fund. So if they get misled, or if they lose their focus because of this 2.5%, who will check the other 97.5%?
Citizens are given the chance to debate and identify priority projects to be funded by the NGCDF. Projects like this bridge in the same constituency. Projects that voters in Laikipia East say have been abandoned. Projects which have sidelined them as voters. This, as mentioned before, is the first process.
I think ideally people or members of the constituency, the citizens in the constituencies, should be involved. In fact, not just involved, it is them who should identify projects, then forward them to the committee through a public participation process. Then the committee then forwards those projects to the national board of NGCDF to approve the projects. But now in reality, people are not usually involved, and that's a problem even nationally, because our constitution requires people to be involved in governance, and unfortunately up to now the national parliament has not enacted a public participation law. We still don't have a public participation law.
Hii daraja ina connect eneo la Gishagi kuelekea na Nyuki Town. Sasa nadhani mnaona vile iko.
Mimi ningetaka kusema kwanza daraja. Hii daraja kusema kweli ni shida kwa watoto. Hii daraja inapitwa na watoto wadogo. Watoto hata wadogo kabisa. Unajua sasa akikota kututengeneza hii barabara, hii daraja hii yetu sasa hatafanya mzuri. Afadhali tu hiyo pesa amepata. Kwanza kitu ya kwanza daraja tutengenezee na tutamwambia asante. Hapila hata maji hapo. Hii daraja ukivuka hivi uko Meru pande hii. Ukivuka hivi uko wapi? Kwa Laikipia. Sisi ni watu wa Laikipia sana. Jua hata ID zetu zote ni pande gani? Ni pande hii ya huko Laikipia. Sasa hata huwezi jua ni nini, kwa sababu tukichagua watu hata wanatusahau. Hiyo daraja ilijengwa kitambo gani mpaka saa hii? Tunaona hata iko karibu kubomoka. Wao wakubwa wanafaa kutembea Kwa kijiji wanafaa kutembea, si ndio? Wanakuja kujiangalilia vile mashinani kunakaa. Sisi hatuonani.
And even the MP, as the person who oversees everything, as the patron of the fund, should always come there and check whether the project is being implemented up to the standards which it should. Like where the people are not involved, they won't know, they don't even know the standards which should be followed. Now, in a situation whereby the MP wants to use those projects as a conduit to steal money from the people, he will be silent. He or she will be silent, they would speak. And that is the situation as we speak right now.
Wale tutaweka kwa hii, watapita hii nomination, tutawasukuma pia wapite kwa ile, waingie kwa serikali ndio watulete miradi ile ambayo tunataka.
Let me remind you once more, this country is run by cartels. You won't be surprised if you find that the chairman of the NGCDF committee in that constituency is related to the member of parliament. It won't be surprising that the architect, no, the contractor of that particular project is related to the chairman, related to the member of parliament. As in, it's not surprising that the entire team that was involved in that project has a relationship. And so it is a fellowship of goods.
Wahome. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara wa hii kazi ya chakula, ni choma nyama na vitu vingine. Na wakati huu ni wakati wa uchaguzi ambaye kila ni democratic right ya mtu kuvote. Nimevote election kama 5. Whereby every election nikivote huwa tunabiliwa maneno mingi ambaye haijawahi fanyika, ijapokuwa tu moja ya yule hayati Mwai Kibaki ambaye alituahidi na akatuinulia uchumi kiwango hatungeweza kuamini. So kama tungejua tungemvote mara mingi, but unfortunately katiba inasema ni miaka 10 yake akamaliza. Matarajio yangu ni kwamba nikienda kuvote nchi ibadilisha uchumi na mbia ibadilishe hali yetu ya vile tunakaa na biashara zetu zibadilike, watu wapate pesa na wapate kazi ili na sisi tupate makastoma wengi. Mimi ningeomba tu tukienda uchaguzi tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. At least tuvote waisiri na tuchague watu wale wako na maono ambayo wanaweza kutusaidia.
Kama hujapiga kura, huwezi kuwa na sauti. Haya, sawa. Kwa majina naitwa Jeni Bide Mutiso. Naishi hapa Mathare 3B. Na nimeishi karibu miaka 30 na tuseme miaka 40 sasa. Kutoka 76 mpaka saa hii ni kama miaka ngapi. Na hiyo miaka yote nimekuwa nikipiga kura. Hakuna wakati mmoja sijawahi kosa kupiga kura. Kama kitu inakuliwa na watu wengi utakosa kukura namna gani? Nimeshawahi enda, tunaitwa vikundi. Mnaenda mnaambiwa tunataka kura ya fulani, mnapewa pesa, huwezi kosa kuchukua, utachukua ukiwa katikati ya watu tu. Last time mimi siko kura nduru ya mtu mpaka ikakuja kupigwa kura. Mimi hata soda sijakunywa, nilikuwa naitwa twende na kataa. Ukikula kitu ya mtu unasikia tu hata wewe mwenyewe. Saa hii tukiagana na wewe nikupee kitu hii, utanipea hii ingine. Wakati ukifika wa kunipea, utasikia ukipinduka, utasikia roho ingine nakwambia hapana, usipinduke. Unaona? Lakini na kuna watu wengine sasa, watu kama sisi, sabuni, hakuna sabuni ya 10. Sabuni zimepanda, kila kitu imepanda. Mimi wakati huu nilisema sikuli kitu ya mtu yoyote. Kupiga kura ni mzuri sana kwa sababu hii ndio sauti ya mtu. Ndio inafanya wewe uwe na uwezo wa kuambia serikali ikufanyie yale mambo unataka. Kwa sababu nimempigia yule nilikuwa nataka. Na hata kama amekosa kupita, nimempigia na huyo ndio nilikuwa nataka. Kama ni mahospitali, madawa hospitali. Haya, kama ni hii sasa tulikuwa tumeambiwa wanawake wamepewa maternity za bure. Ukienda kwa ground unakuta hakuna kitu. Mkiwa hamjapiga kura mtoe watu kama hawa wanakula pesa, hauwezi kuwa na uwezo. Lazima ukuwe na kura ndio watu kama hawa wakikosa kufanya kazi vizuri unawangoa na hii kura yako. Tukitaka Kenya ibadilike, twende tukapige kura hata bila kupewa chochote. Mtu achague yule kiongozi anajua kabisa ataleta mabadiliko. Sababu ukinunuliwa unga utakula siku hiyo unga na iishe. Alafu miaka ingine 5 ukae kwa shida. Kama hii sasa tuko naye. Na wale vijana wanapenda kupewa shilingi 100 wanaenda kupigana. Ati unapiga ule mwingine kwa sababu sio wa upande wako. Au nawaambia waache hiyo kitu kabisa. Hii ni maisha yao. Hii kura iwe mawe ya kwenda kugonga ule hawezi kumsaidia, ule hawezi kumfanyia mipango mzuri, ule hawezi kumletea maji kwa nyumba yake, ule hawezi kumuokotea takataka, ule hawezi kumtafutia nini ya kazi. Vijana ndio wanafaa kuwa viongozi wa kesho, ndio wanafaa kuonyesha njia, wasiongwe hata kidogo. Mtu asiambiwe chukua mawe ukagonge fulani. Hapana, akae kwake kwa nyumba angojee siku ya kwenda kupiga kura. Aende achague ule kiongozi mzuri anayempenda. Basi hiyo ndio itaweza Kenya.
Good morning and welcome to this Election Day special, and we're live in the African Uncensored studio. My name is Irungo Houghton. I serve as the Amnesty International Executive Director, and here at the African Uncensored studio we have a number of panels. My panel this morning is, let me start with our fact checker, the Lady of Truth, Tracy Mboneri, and my two panelists, Javan the poet and also Corporal Ivy Wangila. Good morning, both of you.
Good morning.
Yeah, so we have a great conversation ahead of us next couple of hours. We're going to be live from the studio, but also we're going to be live on Twitter space. So we do hope to get as many of you to comment in on this topic. And it is really an important topic, particularly given the day that we have. I hope many of you have already voted, and therefore I'm not keeping you from voting, but also that you can go across to your polling station and vote while you watch us. The queues, I'm sure, will be fairly healthy by now, so you can spend your time watching us. Today we have a conversation about young people, and really under the theme, restoring the power of youth, views from either side of the police line. My panelists could not be more different, yet they are very similar. Let me invite, first of all, Corporal Ivy Wangila, who is a police officer serving the public of Eastlands. She is 28 years of age. She was born to a mixed parentage of Taita and Luya parents. Morning, Ivy.
Good morning, Irungu.
Great. And next to her is Javan Ofula, otherwise known to the public as Javan the Poet. He's a hip-hop creative, he's an activist, he's a social justice campaigner, and he works with the Social Justice Working Group from Dandora. He's also a native of, or should I say native and a citizen of Dandora.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning to you, Irungu.
So Javan's worked on a project recently which was probably the most strongest indictment of violent policing that had been done. His recent project, Ohaga, is a music video, and it's really great to have the two of them in the studio. As I said, they couldn't be more different, but actually they are very similar. They are both human rights defenders. Ivy spends her life really thinking about our safety, our dignity as a police officer. She is one of the 150,000 police officers in the course of the next few days who will be ensuring that everybody is safe, everybody is enabled to go out and vote. And in that sense, we just have to honor Ivy and her colleagues for the work that they do to protect the public. Unfortunately, they also represent constituencies that experience the worst of violence in post-election protests. And whether they are in uniform or out of uniform, it is unfortunate that actually the youth form the front line of post-election disputes. And really, this is the opportunity of the two of them in the audience to really talk about what does it mean to be young, to be passionate, to be social justice oriented, and to be serving from both sides of the police line. So I'm going to kick off very quickly by just asking an obvious question. You know, 75% of the population are under the age of 35. But we know from the voters register that only 40% of the people who can vote today will be between that age group of 18 and 35. And the question, obvious question we have to ask is, why are youth so skeptical being involved in governance issues, peace building issues? Why is there so much apathy and cynicism this time? Let me go to Javan and then come to Ivy.
Thank you very much, Irungu, for that particular question. I think our youths for the longest time have felt that their voices don't count. And that is because also the age gap in terms of those in leadership and those who are not in leadership, the face is of the old. So they think still it's not yet time that their voices count. And also I think it's because most of them don't know the power that is vested in them as citizens. For example, when voting is done, how their voices count, they always seem to think, okay, we might vote, but that does not translate to what we want, because also the majority of them are the ones who are still suffering with lack of employment. Some of them can't afford school fees. Some of them can't afford even good spaces to live on. So then they feel like, okay, someone has the power that is not them. But this is drastically taking shape and changing, however much it's really in a slow pace.
Yeah. Ivy, what's your sense? I mean, you've been a police officer, you told me, for 7 years, huh? 8 years?
7 years.
7 years, right? So if I do the maths, and apologies for this, and you can ask me what my age is, but it means that you became a police officer at the age of 21, huh?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So let me ask you the same question. Why are young people so apathetic about governance?
Yeah, it's because of, you see, 40% is actually not, it's a big figure. And it's because of that notion, like the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. So according to me, it's also because of the population, and it's also because of we tend to be the majority. So we really would want to be the people in power, you know. We think, I know that we think it's all about, you know, being the majority, and that so many jobs. We feel like the youths, I'm talking about the youths, you know, and we just think that maybe so that maybe the youths feel like they should be given some space, some time, that time to represent themselves.
Right.
Yes.
And let me just think of it. I've never seen any statistics on this, but I bet you that of the 150,000 police officers that are all over the 47 counties today, and across the 44,000 polling stations, many of them are young people.
Yes, they are.
There'll be people like you.
Yes.
Just walk us through, like, what's the mindset of a young police officer? What is it that drives you? What is it that you're passionate about in terms of governance issues? And if you want to talk about yourself, you can.
Okay. I'm a young police officer, and you can see I've got a rank. It means I can give orders, I can assign duties. And you know, there's so many channels through which one becomes promoted in our service. Using myself as an example, it feels so nice for you to be a boss, you know. We are leading in we are in a competitive world, and youth, in my own perception, I think we just need to be given that space to represent, to view, to give out the views, and we, as in, to skizwe.
Yeah, to be listened to, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, about, I think in the middle of the curfew, I was on a television show with Charles Owino, the former police spokesperson. And we were getting at it a little bit because, you know, I was concerned about, you know, rising levels of police violence. There were a lot of arrests that were happening. People were complaining about extortion. And of course, he was doing his job. His job was essentially to explain to the public the role of the police service.
Yes.
And at one point in the conversation, he said to me, but even you, Irungu, if your children came home one day, or your child came home one day and said, I wanted to be a police officer, you would not be happy. And there was a moment of silence. And actually, very naturally, I responded. I said, to be honest, Wanawino, if one of my children, I have 7 children, if one of my children came home and said they wanted to be a police officer, I would be very proud. I would be very proud because essentially the role of the police service is to protect other people. You are first and foremost human rights defenders, you know, and we don't say this enough to you. But like the people who organize in the social justice centers and the social working group and social justice centers working group and others, you are essentially human rights defenders.
Yes, we are.
So I guess the obvious question is, why is there so much tension between youth in the community and the police service? And of course, of the police service, a number of those people are young people. Like often as I see those images of you know, public demonstrations that have gone wrong, I see young people in uniform and young people shouting back. Right?
Yeah.
Javin, what do you think what drives this tension?
I think the tension is driven by people just looking at the police officers, policemen and women as the other side of the conversation, the people who are stopping us from even expressing ourselves. And that might not necessarily be the case, but it's because there's always no space of speaking to each other, like we are sitting with Ivy here.
Have you done this before ever, sat in the same space?
I have.
I
have sat with police officers before, but I'll tell you the conversation we had with Ivy before this was a little bit different because one, we are age mates.
Right.
We suffer from the same things. We feel the same pain. We want the same things. But that space has not always been there. And also what happens is that what the uniform has represented for a long time has been force and not necessarily a conversation. We are speaking at each other, not with each other.
Yeah.
And that is why we tend to look at each other as enemies. When youth go out there to demand for something, it's for all of us. When we demand good housing, it's for all of us. When we demand good pay, it's for all of us. And we've had conversations before where we question, how much are the policemen and women being paid? Why is their living standard not good? And that is also the same from our side, because when you look at Mathare, Dandora, Kayole, some of us are living in shanties. The thing is, when we see police out there sent with batons, the first sign that comes out is it's a war. It's not necessarily a conversation. And that's what we want to stop, because I remember we asked Ivy, did you bring your firearm? And she was like, no, I didn't. I don't have it now. And I felt, okay, I'm safe. We can talk. Yes.
In case you disagree and then something else happens.
Yes,
so I don't know whether Ivy asked you whether you came with rocks.
No, she didn't.
She didn't
because
ask you.
then I think I am safe.
I asked him whether why is it that every other time whenever we meet and I'm like, hello Javan, hi, they start running away. So he did not give me a clear answer, but according to his response,
but you see how I look, and I might be representing a portion that is not here.
Yeah.
There are those of us, my fellow youths, who have dreadlocks, who've been arrested over and over for no good reason.
In fact, that was the crime. If it was in a penal code, it would be called walking with dreadlocks.
Exactly.
Yeah. What is the What is there a center? Is there a fine for walking with dreadlocks?
There is no criminality element in that.
Good to hear.
Yeah, but for us police officers,
we can walk with this clip and show other officers. It's not a crime.
It is not a crime.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? What do you think causes the tension? What do you think is missing?
I think dialogue between the citizens and the police. If youths could really get some proper channels to reach out to the authorities. You see, these citizens, like my fellow youths, whenever we interact with them on the streets, they're like, niko na shida fulani and I don't know how to go about it. And it's just a matter of walking into a police station, starting it at the reporter office, then maybe you directed to another office. And there are those who walk into the police stations and walk directly to the OCS's office or the deputy OCS's office or the OSPDs. And that doesn't really necessarily mean that you're going there to report on something. Maybe you're just going there to give a suggestion, or because so I think the dialogue, the way of interaction, I want to urge my fellow youths not just to fear, we also like interacting with them. We like getting to know different views from the members of the public. It makes our work so easy, If you can call me, if at all you have got my number and you're like, Ivy, I think there is something going on in my neighborhood. You see, that makes my work easier. So dialogue, tukue tu free na polisi. Yes.
So I think the
like right now, how do you feel sitting next to me?
No, I told you already that if my children decided they wanted to be police officers, I would be very happy. But I'm actually very proud of both of you, right? I'm very proud of both of you because of what I know that you stand for. And there is a hope for this country when you have people both in uniform and out of uniform with the same goals, same national values, same vision about a country that is free of corruption, that is free of violence, that is free of profiling. I had this thought a minute ago, is that maybe we should ask the two of you to go back there, change. It might be and then I don't know whether it will cause a criminal offense, but give Javan your uniform, right, and you switch. And I suspect actually for our viewers, they would find that very interesting. Because I think it is just the uniform that distinguishes you.
Very
I tell
true.
you, if you went back there, Ivy, and changed into civilian gear, right?
Yes.
The image you would have on the screen would be very different. You know? So I think we have to break down this us and them, you know, and begin to think about actually what is the role of a police officer. And you know, the colonial service, you know, the colonial police service was you know, was dismantled, you know, by the definitely by the Constitution of 2010. And we have to keep reminding all the police officers that they are not force men and women; they are service men and women. You know, and I think part of that is also the way that we treat them, so that you don't develop the us and them. Let's come back to the issue of profiling a little bit and behavior. You know, I think the I guess part of the challenge always is how do you avoid the profiling? How do you avoid the labeling? I mean, what do community organizers call you behind your back? Let's just get that out now, and maybe John can tell us as well. There's a car word that I always found very interesting. She knows some of them, or do I ask you, Javani? And then you can also tell us.
I think not necessarily community organizers, but even the community members, they will say, "Ani watiaji." That is the word. Like you always.
It's just at the top of the tip of their tongue.
Yes.
It always comes.
Makarao. And that is a distinguish between, even if you were to do civilian clothing and someone says, but unajua ni karao, things change.
So I'm going to come to Ivy in a minute and just give you a moment to just reflect back what perhaps, and of course you're not the official spokesperson of the police. That is a good man by the name of Bruno Shihoso. But it may be interesting to just hear a bit in those canteens, the police canteens, behind the lines. How do you refer to the youth sometimes? Let me keep that thought. We're coming to Tracy. I hear you have some facts you need to check for us. Over to you, Madame of Truth.
Indeed, I have. So it's interesting how you guys are discussing police brutality. Because the fact checks I have for you today are in relation to that. So misinformation around the election period has not recently started. It has been there since the people officially started campaigning, and even before. So there's this, as you can see, there's this tweet that was shared. This is a video that was attached to the tweet. Now the tweet claimed that this was a riot between the police and UDA supporters during the party nominations. So Piga Firimbi, our fact checkers, looked into this, and a reverse image. So when you want to fact check a video, you get the URL. After getting the URL, you get keyframes, which are small images from the video. Then you reverse check. So reverse checking the images of this video led us to, the video is actually legitimate, but it was not taken in Kenya. It was taken in Indonesia.
Not even East Africa.
It's not even East Africa.
Not even Johannesburg.
Not. How? In Indonesia, it was a riot. They were protesting earlier this year against like high food prices, and their president wanted to extend his term against the stipulated 2 terms he's expected to serve. So yeah, and also a second one I would like to take you through before we actually move on to the conversation is this image that claims to show young Kalenjin men being trained to prepare for electoral violence. And such tweets like garner a lot of likes, retweets, so they go viral very fast, and it's so easy for you to believe it. But and for someone to generate such a tweet, something must have happened. So this tweet was generated right after the NCIC named the politically volatile areas, the 6 areas, and Uasin Gishu, Kericho, and Nakuru were among those places. And those places are predominantly Kalenjin. But a reverse search, this one you don't need the keyframes, it's just an image. So a reverse search on this image revealed that it was an article. It was actually a photo essay done by, this name is hard, Dai Kurokawa. It was Archers for Peace. So it's training boys from Pokot and Turkana in archery so that they can use the sport to actually, foster peace. Exactly.
It's a peace building
It's
exercise.
a peace building exercise. It has
Twisted
nothing to do with politics or preparing for electoral violence. So those are the two for now, as we look into more.
Keep them coming.
Yeah.
Now, Tracy, just because people might think this is, science, and that you need 2 PhDs and 4 university degrees, and perhaps like one of the presidential candidates I cannot name, you need to have got many educational qualifications. But reverse searching is something that anybody can do, right?
Anybody.
Just talk us through, how do you do a reverse search?
So you install the InVid extension on your browser, whether it's Mozilla or Chrome. So the InVid extension is up there. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it.
So it's like an extension
It's
on your
like
browser.
an extension on your browser.
And it's InVid, huh?
InVid, I-N-V-I-D.
Okay, people,
InVid.
people write that down.
InVid.
And come back to it. Everybody can do this.
Yes, everybody. Okay. So if it's a link, there's an option for link, and if it's a file, there's an option for you to submit the file. Then it generates whatever findings you need.
Okay.
So they get findings from Yandex, Google, Bing, TinEye. So all those search online, and they actually give you the exact dates on when the image was first circulated, from where. In some cases, it actually gives you the destination of the person who actually circulated the image first.
This is brilliant.
So before you share that image, it's easy. Okay. It's easy.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We'll come back to you hopefully with a few more facts to be checked or images to be checked. Let me just advise people who are watching, if you see my meme, please use the reverse image to figure out where it came from. I have never tried to do that. But also, if you see Javan in a police uniform, as a result of this conversation, you can also cross-check and just see whether he has crossed to become a police officer. So let's come back to you, Ivy, on the question of profiling and stereotyping and labeling. Yes. What are the kind of things that you will hear in the corridors, but of course not official statements, but what are the kind of phrases that you hear?
Okay.
I want to get them out so that
the public.
From the police officers. What do the police officers say about the public? These youth, perhaps they,
okay.
I wouldn't say, the ones with Rasta and the ones without, like Java.
Yeah, we refer to them as champes.
Champes.
Machampe.
Hey, what is a champe for those of us in Kilimani?
But that is it's a good name. Champions.
Only it's from champions.
But now
okay.
That.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in
reverse campaign.
Yes.
It needs reverse image check.
Yeah. It means mtumbaya.
Oh, really? Huh?
Okay. And leave alone the profiling. Leave alone the profiling. Like for us, police officer, we do have instincts. I can meet a young man and maybe who is not even in locks, in dreadlocks. But whenever my eye meets his or her eyes, that there is some instinct that will come through my head, and I'll be like, something is wrong with this.
Yeah. So, kuna mambo.
Yes. So we really, we do trust our instincts, and we never go wrong with that. Then someone's behavior. You can interact with someone you can go out and arrest a person, and in the next 2 or 3 minutes you'll be able, we arrest people, but no, it doesn't really mean that when we arrest you you're a culprit, you're guilty, because we've got those other procedures of interrogating you. But sometimes you can just happen to arrest someone, and in 2 minutes or 3 minutes time you can be able to tell whether that arrest is genuine, whether he or she deserves that arrest or not. Okay. So the way someone behaves. And profiling, I've got a 9-year-old son, and he always tells me, Mom, it's only that our school doesn't allow us to be in locks, but I really like being in dreadlocks.
This is what he says, huh?
Yes. And it makes me get so scared. Really, what is this young man telling me? Because we've arrested so many youths in line of duty, and once we get you to the station, we, tunasema tuanyolewe yo nywele, profiling. That's how. Then there are some certain dress codes that young boys and girls put on. It also makes us not to see you like someone who is very straight. And these offenses are usually petty. There are phone snatchers in town. There are those, you know, petty offenses. So we only profile you. We profile you according to your appearance and the way you talk. There was a time I arrested a young man and he told me, "Madam, please give me some time, I explain myself to you." And not so many officers can give you that time, depending on the situation on the ground. But when you give that person some time to explain to you, you can really see something different from what you were thinking.
So I'm going to stop you there, Ivy, but I'm sure the viewers are getting more and more interested in this conversation, because I think that is probably the starting point of, I guess you can say sometimes the confrontation, the relationship breaks down at this point. So we are definitely going to come back there, but I'm told we have a journalist by the name of Raquel who wants to join us, and let me invite Raquel, if you can hear me, to jump in with your question for our two panelists. And I believe you are calling in from Kibera. We can see the images. What's happening in Kibera, Raquel? Okay, so we'll come back to Kibera in a few minutes once we've got the technology working. Let me come back to this issue. So there was a book that was written about, oh gosh, it must be about 10 years ago by a man by the name, an American man called Malcolm Gladwell. And the book was called Blink. And it's a very powerful book, because what it does is it essentially establishes the psychology of making decisions about your environment based on a split-second perception. Yeah, it's a great book. I think everybody should read it. And we do it all the time as human beings. We basically look for patterns that we have. So whether you're a police officer or a community organizer or an artist, we are already programmed to think about people in a particular way. And when we see two or three things come together, we make a conclusion. In the case, the book starts with the case of Diallo, the Senegalese young man who was going home one day. And in New York, white police officers saw him knocking on the door of these brownstone, very wealthy houses, and assumed that he was breaking in. And as he turned round, he shouted to Diallo, a Senegalese young man. And as he turned round, Diallo had the keys to his house in his hand and his phone. But in the twilight, the police officer thought it was a weapon. He discharged twice and felled Diallo to the ground in that moment. It became one of the most, I guess, sensational examples of a police officer who had got something wrong. And it was simply the profile, right? White neighborhood, wealthy neighborhood. Black youth, and in a blink, a decision was taken. So I think one of the things that we have to think about is, how do we get rid of the stereotypes that actually get in the way of what you were saying, which is the dialogue. And that it is one thing to, I guess, stop somebody, on suspicion of something. But it's another thing to immediately go to the conclusion that this person has to be guilty. And this is, I think, the point you're raising. If you allow me, I was, once I was 14 years of age, and I was a student, and I used to have a white friend. I studied in the UK for a bit. And we were walking on the streets of North London, and a police vehicle, 3 police vehicles showed up. And I've never seen so many lights in my life. They came, they surrounded us, they separated us. I was sent to one side of the road, the other guy was sent to the other side of the road. My friend was about half my height, Irish and white. And I was placed on the other side. And for the next 45 minutes, we were interrogated separately. Finally, the police decided to let us go. We came back together, and I said to him, "So, what were they asking you?" He said, "They weren't even interested in me. They just kept asking me about who you were, which school you went to, what you were doing, do I smoke marijuana, whatever." And I was so shocked, And I always remember that case as an example of how racism in the British police service operates. But I think in Kenya, we probably have another issue, which is classism.
Yeah.
Right? I have yet to see, wealthy Kilimanians being stopped, even if they have dreadlocks. Like if I was driving a Mercedes Benz and I had nice baby locks, or what do you call these? Not baby locks, but the small ones.
Yes.
I think I would be unlikely to be stopped. I may need to check this with the OCS of Kilimani. But I know if you are downtown, CBD, the days we used to walk in Uhuru Park, if you're on the eastern side of the city, that is almost an invitation to be arrested. So I guess the question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we move to a situation where we can see each other's humanity? Perhaps, Ivy, would it be dramatic to suggest that police cadets should all be dreadlocked for a few years, just so that you don't look so different from the people on the street? Anyway, joke. Let me go to Javan.
Yeah. So for me,
what can we do practically?
It's as you are suggesting, that they too don't dreadlocks, because then I don't think it stops you from working just from the start, Your hair doesn't stop you from working or doing the right thing. And I want to allude...
that would be a book, Policing While Dreadlocked.
Yes, and doing it nicely, And there was a photo also, and I'm referring to the fact check that just happened, that there was a time there was a police officer. It was a picture that was also doctored and was circulating, that there was a police officer in dreadlocks, in AP uniform before AP was disbanded, and that caused a lot of tension. But when we fact check, because I think the trainings that we've gone through with Amnesty and other organizations have taught us how to look at info. It was a doctored, photoshopped type of photo. But I want to come back to the conversation where we have to also bring such conversations into the mainstream space. For example, our good example is our former CJ, Willie Mtunga, who was for a very long time put on a spotlight because of his
the stud.
His stud, eh?
But that didn't change how he was, he had intended to work, and he did a lot of good work, and that shows us that simple profiling is also a systematic thing that divides us. When we do dreadlocks in Eastlands, what's the difference with dreadlocks in Uptown? Why would you assume that a dreadlocked youth in Eastland is automatically carrying bang and not the other one from the other side? So it's a form of inequality and narrative that is pushed by a particular set of people, also to keep us entangled in confrontations. You look at and I'll say, the way I'm dressed, I had, because I vied, I had to kind of do some clothing to go to talk to some particular population. Otherwise, they'll be like, we kijana, wako serious kweli. But you see, now we have to outgrow that. It's about performance. It's about what exactly do you carry as an individual. And I'm thanking you. You say you had an instance of talking to some youth to explain why they were where they were, why they were looking the way they were looking. Because sometimes you'd say that jeans looks like a rugged criminal type of jeans, but that's what's available from where
fashion.
I come from.
It's fashion
you,
for him.
you see. So how to bridge the gap and constantly also shine a light on people who somehow dress in the non-formal, normal ways and are doing great, so that we demystify this, because these are purely narratives, backward narratives.
Any thoughts on that, Ivy?
Just to add on it, I personally don't do uniform at all times because I do investigations. And at Kamkunji, it is that station, iko uko chini. And sometimes I'm always in jeans. And a cut t-shirt.
Have you ever been arrested by mistake?
Yes.
Good. That's a good.
Yes. So
that's another story, yeah.
So if I'm not in jeans, sometimes I like being in official. So I walk into some certain places and I introduce myself as a police officer, and they're like, no. You can't be. You're not. You're more like a model, So it is the stereotype. It's all about what is in people's mind, what people expect. And talking of yes, the profiling, it's also when I'm out with my friends, you know, the way I express myself, you know, even if I'm not in uniform and I interact with you, you will definitely know this is a police officer. So that those...
So I have to say that, you know, Ivy is the most politest, most disciplined human being I've met for a long time. I can't go into the stories, but, you know, it is one thing about the training, and punctual also.
Yeah.
I think you called me and said, Irungu, where are you?
Yes.
I'm here already.
Yeah.
And I was a bit embarrassed because I was the host.
Yes.
But tell me more.
So, whenever I'm with my friends, the way I interact to people, you know, like what Javan said earlier, he said you can interact with someone without having introduced yourself, but once you introduce yourself as a police officer, the topic change, the tone, you know, and everything. Yes, everybody. So it's the perception. It's all about profiling.
So on the profiling side, you know, as Amnesty, we look at the statistics quite a bit, and one of the things that always strikes me, so the National Council for the Administration of Justice about 2 years ago released a report. And they noted every year 2 million young people between the ages of 16 and 35 get arrested, they get detained, and they go through the criminal justice system. 75% of them will be that age group. They'll be young. Most of them will spend anywhere between 2 to 4 years in remand. Right now, you may want to check this one, and just in case my memory is good, but I think it's still accurate. And the thing that struck me, you know, 2 levels. One is, what is the impact on those individuals? Right? You've got a criminal record, perhaps. You know, you were just out walking at night. You were not a criminal. Somebody saw you and said, "What is this person doing after hours?" And you got arrested. It wasn't even curfew. Or you're a petty offender, you know, and petty offences in many ways, in a country where there are high levels of poverty, you know, are inevitable. You are going to find people doing small little distress, I call them distress crimes. Not that, it doesn't mean that they are right, but it just gives us a way to look at them, to understand that if you gave people the opportunity of work, if you gave them the opportunity of a social protection fund, if they felt connected to their communities, the work of the police service would be much easier. You know, you would not have to be banging your heads against these criminal gangs. You know, and I always find, like, you know, in some ways, that actually, if we can break down these tensions, we would be in a much better situation.
Yes, and commenting on that, I really am impressed with the Kenya criminal justice system, and I've been in service for 7 years.
It's not a short period.
So I've taken people to court, and there are those that I've not taken to court. You see, for an officer, you also need enough evidence for you to be able to prosecute someone. And there is always the other side of the court that will come and hear both sides of the story. So I really thank criminal justice system, because for these petty offenders, there are those options for people to be taken for rehabilitation. Like right now, drug abuse is on the rise, and there are people, I don't want to mention him, but I think that there is this young man in town moving around screaming everywhere. You know, according to me, that young man needs some time. Maybe he might be affected, you know, anaweza kuwa mgonjwa. So you don't just go about arresting him and taking him to court eti afungwe. So if we come up with some ways of curbing these petty offenses, we will reduce the number of the prisoners, you know, who are already in our prisons, you know. And dialogue, as I said, dialogue with the high authorities, with police. It's just like walking to a hospital and explaining yourself, you know, unasikia kichwa, and the doctor examines you. So dialogue.
Really
yeah.
So just for our viewers, there are images of voting in Eldoret that are up there. We have a reporter by the name of Cynthia who may join us in a few minutes, but just to explain that the images that you're seeing there are citizens and voters coming out to vote. It's estimated that 2.1 million people, 22.1 million people may come out and vote today. In 2017, we had about 75% of the people on the voters register come out. The different polls are proposing that anywhere upwards of 85%, and Eldoret potentially could be one of the areas where you would see a large number of people come out, as in places like Kisumu as well. So coming back to the students, to my guests, I think the other side, we're talking really about the criminal justice system. We're talking about how do you make the criminal justice system responsive to young people, and not criminalize them purely for being young and being poor and being, living in the informal settlements across this country. There's a judge by the name of Victoria Pratt that I had a chance to talk to about 2 years ago. And she's a Newark, I think is the correct pronunciation, judge in the United States. She believes in something called corrective justice. And her philosophy is very simple. She's a judge. And she says, everybody who comes into my court as an accused person is a person in distress. And I thought, okay, that's kind of interesting, right? Because we tend to have it that suspects are one step away from being guilty.
Yeah.
But actually says everybody who is in my court will come as a result of a distressed issue.
Yeah.
They will either have not paid somebody, paid their rent, or paid somebody the money they were owed, or they would have violently attacked somebody, or they would have discriminated against somebody or abused them.
Yeah.
And her basic argument is that people who abuse others are often abused people. In fact, the phrase is, wounded people wound other people, right? Because if you are a whole, confident, and respectful person of humanity, you would not hurt somebody, right? But usually what happens is you look back into their history, and these will be children who suffered abuse, who suffered a form of violence. They learned to be violent to protect themselves, and now perhaps even they enjoy it. But the fact of the matter is that they're still victims. And I always wondered, how could we create that language and that conversation in our courtrooms today, so that actually judges realize that in this case, locking up, as you say, is not the response to a mental health issue.
Yes.
It may not even be the response to a marital dispute, as long as neither of the parties are at danger or at risk of assault or violence. So I think one of the things that's interesting now is the move towards arbitration. And we have to be careful with arbitration, because sometimes it just simply means that the elders on one side can pay the perpetrator, or rather the perpetrator's elders can pay the victim's elders, and everybody believes that rape did not take place, sexual assault did not take place. But I think there is something about how do you create community structures to resolve these distress-related crimes. Javin, what's your sense of this? I mean, if you look at the type of crimes that you see in the hood, what are the kind of crimes, and does this make sense?
Yes.
In a Kenyan context?
Yes, it really does make sense, because I worked with my fellow artist Giuliani and Bob Colimo sometimes back to visit our juvenile prisons.
And can I just mention that Giuliani has dreadlocks?
Yes, please. He has.
One of our most famous musicians, like Bob Marley.
That's his signature.
Yeah. In fact, if you remove those locks, we will be like,
yes, we will be like, is this Giuliani?
We'll pass him in the streets.
And he does great work, including providing spaces to rehabilitate and give other creatives space to grow. What I wanted to say, when we visited the juvenile, prisons, I would be called by so many people, Javan, and I would be like, how many of you are here that know me that I don't even know? And it was so painful, because these were very young men, very young, that got themselves into those spaces. Some of them knowing, some of them without knowing, some of them out of the pressures of life. Someone wants to help their mom or their younger brothers to eat, and they are caught, picking something, and they end up there. For example, the Justice Centers, the Justice Centers Working Group, these are spaces that youths and active members of communities have come up with to just help us open up to each other. We would even go to stations and say, come to this space, because they fear coming to the police station. Come to this space where we usually meet. And we also tell these young people, come and speak to them. You say you've been caught in crime and it wasn't intended, and you want, for example, to give this weapon back because you think it's not for your good or for the good of the community. Where is that space? So what I believe in is creating spaces that people, one, can express themselves freely, including speaking up to what they've done that is not right to the society. Listen first. Because when we don't have a space where we can be listened to and speak out what we feel or what has made us do what we do, then there's no solution. Because also the justice system that we have has for the longest time not worked for the best of the communities, because it's a long procedure that we might have a shortcut to. You've arrested a young man and you say, until we have evidence against you or that can exonerate you, we will hold you. While the community members are not, as you said, ready even to come and say, oh, we saw him do this to this extent. Then what happens to this particular fella? They become a victim of a system that should be helping them. So personally, I believe, and this has been tested within the Justice Centers Working Group, that we can create spaces for both parties, the offended and the one that has committed an offense, to speak and find a solution that can be retraced back to the real solution. Because also what we are trying to cure is the symptom, not the root cause. And the root cause might save tens when not one, you know.
So just on that one, a shout out to Giuliani and to Hip Hop City, Dandora Hip Hop City, and the recycling program for young youth. Shout out also to the social justice centers all over this country that are doing, you know, wonderful work, empowering, legally educating and protecting people. Just kudos for this work. I know that it has been a long 5 years as we move into the new administration at the national level, and the new county administrations continue doing the work that continues to keep people safe and dignified. And with that shout out, let me come to Ivy and Corporal Ivy. What do you think could be done from a police perspective that would really begin to open up the space for people to see the police differently still?
Okay. I think it's all about sensitization. Because most of the young people that are locked up in prisons, the offenses they committed, it's due to gender-based violence. You know, if we can sensitize the public on gender-based violence, I think we'll also be able to prevent these youth from engaging themselves because I've been at the station many a times, and a young kid would walk into the station and she's like, I don't want to go back home. So you wonder what you're supposed to do with them. When you ask them whether they have got their parents, they say yes. And sometimes there are those who say, I want to be with dad, I don't want to be with the mom. And the reasons they give is that mom is always drunk. Or sometimes they say, dad comes home and he beats up mom, you know. And then parents also, I wouldn't say that they have failed, but I think parents should create some time to, you know, interact with the kids. These kids know much that we really don't know. And if you can have some time and interact with your child, you know, a child can even tell you, Mom, Baba fulani ako na bunduki. And there are those people who are licensed firearm holders.
It is legal.
Yes, it is legal. But you see that those who have got firearms and they're not licensed. So if you get such kind of an information, you know, you can work on it. And these kids, you know, they always say the truth, you know, they play out there with their friends and they interact a lot. So if parents can have some good time with their kids, we can prevent, you know, these petty offenses, juveniles. Most of those people who are locked up are youths. They're youths. Because
Let me stop with Ivy, because I believe we have Cynthia from Kapsoya constituency, or the polling station there. Cynthia, can you hear us? You're coming through to African Uncensored. How are things there? Hello, Cynthia.
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. How are things there? How are you finding Kenyans exercising their right to vote?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, yeah, I'm at Kapsoya polling station in Nainapoi constituency, and voting is going on rather smoothly. Although there has been some confusion where the register is, there's a list of names somewhere back there, and there's a bit of confusion because people cannot locate their stations. There are about 6 stations in this polling station, and if you can see, if I can change the direction of my camera, you can see how people have lined up. Just a minute so that I can change the direction of my camera.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so.
Okay, I think you've frozen. Yeah, that's much clearer.
Yeah, so this is how, yeah, this is how things are. They are about, in this side where I'm at is about 1, 2, 3, 4 streams where people are lining up. You can see the queues are getting long. Even as the hours go by, the queues are getting long. So there are about 6 streams in this particular polling station. Remember, this is Kapsoya in Ainapkoi constituency.
And generally peaceful.
Back to you.
It looks like people are peacefully waiting their time to vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, just I guess for those of you who are watching us, if you've not gone out and voted yet, there is one really important link that you probably should be aware of. It's a URL, and that is the one that is verify.iebc.or.ke. You click on that link, it will tell you, after you put in a bit of your personal information, what stream to go to. You can't believe how this would help you, so that you don't have to go from one stream to the other saying, watu wa Irungu wako wapi. You can go straight to your stream, you can vote, and hopefully you'll be out quick as normal. But who are waiting for the crowds to go down, please don't do this. We would encourage you to get out there, vote as quickly as possible. The crowds will get longer because everybody thinks the same way. They think, let me be the last one. When the crowds become fewer, and what you will find is that you will be sitting in a queue after 5 o'clock. And I think the other thing we want to say is that let us respect the time of the IEBC staff, the police officers, the party agents, the polling officers, and of course all the observers that are out there. The sooner we can vote and complete, the sooner the exercise can be over. And of course, the thing we're all waiting for is the results to be announced. So please, if you're still watching us, please put us on your smartphone and start walking to your polling station, but don't switch us off. Let me turn back to Tracy. How are we doing on fact checking? Do you have any other facts for us, or shall we come back to you in a while?
I do have one.
I thought you might.
So, generally with fact checks, with fake news, pardon, people will use content that was created before to actually claim a little slur politician made here and there and use it against them right now. So I'm going to show you a fact check. Just a minute. A fact check claiming that Deputy President William Ruto, who is now Kenya Kwanza's presidential candidate, has declared hatred against Muslims. So it was shared in a tweet, and someone went ahead and replied saying he's very offended that DP William Ruto has declared hatred on us Muslims. He is a Muslim. What wrong did we do to him? So this tweet, Ruto is recorded saying that Dadaab refugee camp should be closed, and that Kenya is unapologetically Christian. That's what the tweet claims the Deputy President said. And this tweet was generated from Asman Kamama, who was the chair of the National Security Committee then when the Garissa University attack happened that left 147 people dead. So Asman asserted that intelligence had proven that those people who attacked the people at Garissa University were trained at the camp. So the video that was compiled to form this tweet, it's attached to the tweet, was gotten from two unrelated incidents. So the first one was indeed William Ruto saying that the Dadaab refugee camp should be closed, but he was giving the government's opinion and not his own sentiments. And the last part of Kenya being unapologetically Christian is from a church service he attended when the constitutional amendment BBI, when they were pushing for it back then. So he was attending a church service, and he said that divisive politics should not tear people apart because we are all Christians. So that tweet was fake. Yeah.
So we saw another one, I think, with the deputy president, and of course all the parties are doing it, and all their supporters are also doing it. But we saw another one, I think it was in Eldoret, where he made a call for unity, which was really important in a place like Uasin-Gishu. And we saw a deep fake video just switch that around, you know, and basically make him sound like some kind of ethnic warrior, you know. And unfortunately, you know, I think it was both Honorable Joho and Honorable Junet picked up on it. Now, we don't even know whether they were aware that this was fake news. Maybe they just saw it and decided to use it for political mileage, you know, or believed in it, you know. But I think this is the thing that's so important. And they sometimes say that, you know, lies can go around the world 8 times before the truth will catch up, you know. So I think this is the other issue about how do we bring conversations together with people who are very different, because if you stick in the us and them, it is very easy for people to lie, come between you and just lie, you know. So let's turn to another issue. I think we've talked a little bit about the stereotyping, the labeling, the profile. We've talked a little bit of what we could do. And I think what I wanted us to turn to a little bit is the future. Now, regardless of how the vote goes today, one thing is certain, is that there is a new beginning, and if we take the slogans of both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, a new freedom is coming. Right? Now, everybody's freedom is not the same. So my question to both of you is, what would this new freedom, this new beginning look like for a criminal justice system and young people? And I just want you to dream a little bit. You know, what could it possibly look like? So let's make up something here. Give us an ideal situation. What would it look like for you, Javan?
Okay, for me, what the criminal justice system would look like, one is to be engaging in an open space. For example, and I don't know if many young people know that there is something known as the Court Users Committee. And what the Court Users Committee does is to try and really break down how the courts we have in our country work, and also just engage people, not necessarily within the court space, but also outside the court space. And the justice system itself has different mechanisms and different stakeholders. We, the people, we, the youth, where do we fit in? And when I say, or rather ask that question is, for example, in scenarios where we feel mostly affected, how do we come in? For example, when we say youths are mostly arrested, you know, every now and then for cases or issues that they don't necessarily are involved in, where do we come in? I will want to point out a scenario that has worked, is that even within the court or the justice system, there's this very important component of witnesses. We need to step out and step in, being witnesses for those whom we believe have been violated, and we can testify to help the culprit get arrested, or help the victims get justice. For those who are not victims and have been arrested wrongfully, how do we stand with them? Still being the witnesses of these particular situations. And we've seen so many people who are arrested, but we want to see them free because we feel that they were not supposed to be arrested, but then we don't step out and witness. Were you there? Did you see what happened? Can you account? because then even the police officers and the judges need an account of not only the person who's arrested or the person who's the victim, but others to corroborate that particular scenario. Yes.
I think that's great. So I believe we have another reporter that is coming into us live from one of the polling stations. And, oh, this is Raquel. Hi, Raquel. We missed you earlier on. I believe you're in Kibra. Raquel, can you hear me? This is Irungu from the studio. Okay, we may be struggling a little bit with the internet, it seems. Perhaps there are too many people in Kibra watching this show, and they don't have enough bundles in that area. Raquel, can you hear me? We can't hear you yet. You're muted. I thought this only happened on Zoom, but obviously with TV as well. Raquel, can you try again? Hello, Raquel. Raquel, if you can unmute, we can see you relatively clearly, but we are losing you on speech.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Sister, what are you seeing and hearing in Kibra? I'm not sure whether she's hearing us. Raquel, can you hear me? Of course, Kibra is the strong. I wouldn't assume the stronghold of one of the presidential candidates. So we've gone from Eldoret, the stronghold of William Samoei Ruto, to Kibra. For many years, Member of Parliament was Raila Amolo Odinga. And it's interesting we're able to do this. Thank you, African Uncensored. Raquel, can you hear us? What's happening in Kibra? Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me now.
Oh, very nicely. Yeah, come on in. What's happening?
Becoming a challenge. But I hope you can pick me now very clear.
We can. Please proceed. What's happening in Kibra? I think she cannot hear us, but we can hear you, Raquel. If you can hear us, we're anxiously waiting for the scoop on Kibra. So maybe I can ask the producer to. It's often said that the third time lucky, so, except for Jesus, actually, who came back on the second coming, if I remember my Bible properly. Okay, so Javan, coming back to this issue that you raised, which I think is a great one, which is, the role of the court users committees and the role of youth within those committees, and particularly also, how you create criminal investigation files and the importance of witnesses. Yes. Much of the work that I'm sure Corporal Wangila you do is based on testimonies of witnesses. I am told we have Kibra now. Okay.
People have come there to cast their votes, and it's been one busy moment, especially for Kenyans who woke up early in the morning to brave the cold. We were up at one polling station at the ACK Trinity Church at around 5:30 a.m. and we did see a number of Kenyans who had actually used water bottles to line up, sort of book their slots at the queue. And it's very interesting because at this point, someone would just come and put their water bottle there and decide to do other things as they wait for the polling stations to open. But one thing that we've noticed across all the polling stations that we've been to, that is 3 of them, a number of voters actually do not know which particular stream that they're going to cast their ballot in. So you do find that a voter queues in one stream for almost 10 minutes, then tries again. Once we get to the verification point, they're told, unfortunately, this is not the place where you're supposed to be casting your ballot, and therefore they have to now queue on the stream that they are supposed to actually cast their votes. At this particular point, we are at the Kibra Primary School, where the presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga has voted just a few minutes ago. He was accepted here, or rather received here, with a lot of vigor from the people who the locals who actually were waiting for him. And there was a bit of commotion here and there as people tried to just receive him at this point. Someone who Raila Odinga has been trying this will be his fifth time doing this, having entered parliament in 1992, and also trying his chance to enter State House since 1997, and then again in 2002, 2007, and 2013. And therefore, this one will be perhaps his final chance. We may never know. But he is hoping that he will get this chance to pass his to enter State House and probably deal with issues, offer monthly stipend to those who are not able to afford basic things, and also just afford universal health coverage, as well as free education for all. Particular points, the queues are actually getting longer and longer as the day goes by. This is just one of them. I don't know if we can get how it has been so far. Masaa mangapi na matumaini yako ni nini ukikuja hapa sasa kupiga kura leo?
So leo I came actually as make sure that I vote. First I queued on the other line, that was the MO. I was told from 8. After entering in, they verified my documents, told that I have to come again from 9. I've been forced to come to requeue again, but I'll still vote.
So this is the section that you've been told that this is the voting in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I queued on the till the MO. Yeah.
Okay, that is just one of his experience. If I can get someone else, probably if you can just someone who's karibu tu kueleza tu machache kusema kutoka laini kidogo, lakini hautakaa sana. Tueleze tu majina yako kabisa.
Majina naitwa Paul Kimungu. Everywhere, and the last minute now I found myself here, and since morning it's been tiresome. Okay, I haven't taken something to eat, and as you can see, the economy as for now is not favorable. Even now, I've just come here to choose my president. I'm hoping the one I'll choose will make the difference.
Yes. Okay. So thank you so much. All the best. That is just basically part of some of the members of the public who are here to cast their ballots, and a lot of the IBC officials trying their best, their level best, to actually ensure that every person does get to exercise his vote, his right to vote, and therefore we'll be keeping the team updated on what exactly is happening here from Kibra, as well as other regions of the country. But what we can say is so far so good. One thing is that a lot of Kenyans could not have really known where exactly they should be standing at, but the IBC officials are there to assist. We've also noticed a number of voters actually putting or casting their ballot papers in the wrong ballot boxes, but the IBC officials who we spoke to are saying that it is something that a lot of people are complaining because of the papers look alike, but it's something they're also willing to assist and are there to actually assist and make sure that the process goes on with a lot of credibility. Back to you.
Raquel, live on location in Kibra with the good people of Kibra, and she mentioned the presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga. That is his home turf in many ways, but you know, elections are the great equalizers in many ways. A presidential candidate only has one vote. So does a youth, so does a woman, so does a Nubian, so does a Luo. We as individuals only have one vote. In fact, it is only children, people who did not register to vote, and foreigners who are locked out of this process. And let's hope that we get an 85%, 90% turnout across the country, because ultimately if we don't do that, there is a possibility, slim possibility, and I'm not trying to threaten those of you who have registered to vote and are sitting there watching us and wondering whether you would like to roll over and sleep a bit more. But if you do not come out and vote, there is a higher possibility that we may go for a rerun. And with that, we will essentially lose a lot of public finance that could be used on education, health, and security as well. Let's turn back to the panelists, and we've got Javan the poet here this morning, and also Corporal Ivy Wangila, National Police Service officer, and we're just talking about what it's like to be young, what it's like to be on the cusp of a new administration, and what are the dreams for young people. And I think Javan was talking very clearly about the importance of the court users committees and really building civic capacities to be able to detect crime and to support officers to be able to convict criminals and any persons that come to harm the community. You know, I remembered, as you were speaking, Javan, the showing that we did of When They See Us in Dandora.
Yes.
2-3 years ago now.
Yes, yes.
And this was Ava DuVernay's movie in 4 parts.
Yeah.
And it's a very powerful image of 4 youth who were essentially framed for a crime that they did not commit. There was a what they call wilding. There was a rush of young people that ran through a Central Park, and they just happened to be the ones who were arrested. And because there was political, I guess, political pressure to find somebody guilty, they picked on these 5 young men, or then boys. And you know, one of the things that I remember from that was a young Dandoran. Do you say Dandorans? Are they Dandorans?
Dandorian.
Dandorian, yes.
Dando.
From Dando. A young Dandorian came up to me afterwards and said, you know, thank you so much for showing this program, but the most important thing for me was actually being able to meet a magistrate.
Yes.
And I breathed for a minute, and I remembered that actually the way we had set it up was that each of the 4 episodes had real life I guess professionals from each of the areas. So there was one with the media, there was one with prosecutors, there was one with investigators, and there was one with judges. And we had got a magistrate, actually a Nairobi magistrate, to come and talk about real life Nairobi, you know. And this young person said, you know, this is the first time I have met a magistrate not in court and not in an environment in which I am frightened of them.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And it really struck me that how much you know, we talked earlier about, you know, youth fear of police. But actually the whole criminal justice system is alien to young people.
Very true.
You know?
Very true.
You know, what could we do to just close these gaps a bit more? Should we have more, should the National Police Service and Amnesty do a film festival on the criminal justice system? That could be fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else could we do, Ivy?
Okay. For criminal justice system, you know, it also involves the police, because it starts from there. The only thing that I would like the criminal justice system to do is to hasten the process. Yes, that will really help. And by that, you see, for police officers, we have got that timeline that once you arrest someone, you've got you need to take him to court in less than 24 hours. Yeah,
so the 24-hour bail rule. I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit. Apparently, the older viewers of African Uncensored can't hear you.
Okay, so, and, you know, police officers, personally, I do like making my arrests towards the weekend. Because most of the arrests I do, there are various officers that deal with various crimes. So for me, I deal with general stealing, you know.
So theft.
Yeah, you steal my phone and I'm like, it's fine. I get the report and I record the witnesses' statements, if there was one, or I gather any other evidence like the CCTV footage. You see, once I have all that, we compile the file. We are usually advised we compile the file before making an arrest. Like my boss, kudos to Mr. Kiambudhi, the OCS Kamukunji Police Station, he always tells us arrest should come last, after you've gathered all the evidence and you're sure you're going to arrest this person and you will take him to court. So once I arrest you on a Friday evening, so then it means I'll take you to court on Monday. But there is that constitutional rights that people who have been arrested have. They have got a right to cash bail, you know, at the station level and bond.
Actually, take us through that a little bit. Like, what are the rights of a suspect from your side? Like, what, you know, if I'm stopped, and I guess now with all the work I do, it is you know, and as long as I don't break the law, it's less likely. But for many of the viewers, they don't know what are your rights as a suspect.
If I can just mention some few rights of a suspect, you know, or rights of an arrested person.
That's correct title.
An arrested person has got a right to know the reason as to why he or she is being arrested. And you know, you don't need to be so violent when you're trying to inquire. An officer is mandated to introduce him or herself first, and then he should tell you the reason as to why he is arresting you. So those are the rights, one of the most important rights of an arrested person. And then another one, he has got, once you're taken to the station, to the police custody, you've got a right to a cash bail. You know, and there are procedures for that. And then you've got a right to be represented. But
so when you say represented, it's
an
advocate.
Yes, an advocate, a lawyer.
A lawyer.
But I think, according to me, most of the Nairobians, if I can use that, they misuse that, and police officers think, it makes a police officer think you've got some ego, you know, I won't go to court, I'll call my lawyer. Though it's one of their rights.
It is.
Yes. So you see, if you give that person those rules also for a cash bail, you cannot be given a cash bail for over a month. You know, there are those rules. You can only be given for a maximum of 3 or 4 days. And with that, to me, it is a very nice thing, because if you stole my phone today, you know, that is worth 100,000. There are those people who you arrest and they tell you, yes, officer, pole, niliba. And I am willing to pay. So you see, if you give him a cash bail of you know, an equivalent amount of the money in question,
property.
Yes. Within those 3 days, you don't need to take him or her to court, because he would have paid the complainant, you know.
So you resolve it at that level.
Yeah, and it reduces the backload at the courts. So criminal justice system with police, that for us being given 24 hours time, you know, tunaweza tesa mtu sana. Yeah, I can arrest you on Friday, and just because I don't like you, you know, I can place you in custody for a week, and that is not good.
That's great. It's great to hear that. And we have a creative, I'm told, Alosson, who is somewhere just off the set, and I believe he has something that he would like to show us. Oh, gracious, look at these people. Let me show you first.
Oh, okay. Am I that bad?
I am smiling.
So first of all, nobody has dreadlocks, right? So the first thing is
even if I did, it's hidden in here.
Great.
Wow.
So we're gonna look at it a bit more in towards the end of the show, but just this is work in progress.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Huh?
Why did you make me have that smile?
It's there.
I saw you smiling. That's when I was impressed.
Thank you.
So we will have fact checker check that smile. So I think we're having great conversation in terms of you know, a number of different things that we could do, and I think the rights of arrested person is probably the starting point for most citizens. You know, if you understand that and you understand your rights, but also I think the other thing is your responsibilities. I often remember my 17-year-old son, and I've told this story many times, so he's not going to accuse me again of telling it on air. But you know, he was 17 and he wanted to go out to a nightclub, and he wanted to head out to Electric Avenue to Westlands. And he was actually 17 and 6 months, he reminded me. And he said to me, but Dad, you know, I'm almost 18. You know, I said, yeah, almost is not the law.
Yeah.
The law is very clear, 18 upwards. And you need to have an ID. So he thought about it and then he said, but Dad, there's a 3% chance I'll be arrested.
3%.
3%. He had worked it out. I don't know if he was doing actuarial science at that age, but anyway, he had worked it out. So I said, yeah, but you know, when they arrest you, that 3%, it's not 3% of your body. It is the whole 100% of your body. You will be arrested, and I tell you what's going to happen. 2 o'clock in the morning, you will call me. You say, Dad, I'm being put in a black vehicle. They have asked me for money or not. Please come and help. And I will tell you, thank you very much. It's morning, I am asleep. I will come tomorrow morning. You know, and it doesn't matter if I'm the executive director of Amnesty International. I will follow the law, and you will follow the law. He went upstairs. He came down 20 minutes later. He says, "It's okay. I can wait."
For 6 months.
For 6 months. And I think that's the other side of it, is really building responsibility among young people and old people, for that matter. That actually there is a reason why we have these laws. You know, if you go into the nightclubbing culture, you begin to get addicted to alcohol, you begin to lose your mind. It is likely that the rest of your life will be determined in that formative moment. You know, so I think that's one issue. I'm told we may have another fact to be checked.
Yes, we do. So, a clip has been, or was circulating online, showing former First Lady, US, Michelle Obama, unveiling a portrait of Martha Karua. Yeah, supporting her candidacy. Let me just show you.
Woman to woman.
Woman to woman. So, as I keep explaining. So the clip, there you have it. The clip claims to show that during this event at the Smithsonian Gallery in the US.
So it's a prestigious museum.
Yes. Former First Lady Michelle Obama was unveiling a portrait of Martha Karua. Well, the first, it sounds believable because, as you've said, woman to woman support. But this clip was first circulated in February 2018. And Raila unveiled Martha Karua as his running mate in 2022 on May 16th. This was way before Karua even knew she was going to join Azimio. They didn't even know there was going to be an outfit known as Azimio One Kenya. Then, similarly, on the same event at the Smithsonian Gallery on the same day, Barack Obama also unveiled his own portrait done by Kehinde Wiley. So Michelle's was done by Amy Sherald, and this one was done by Kehinde Wiley. And here it claims that Barack, unveiled a portrait of William Ruto, supporting his candidacy for the 2022 elections. Man to man. Sounds believable, but it's not true. All these images have been doctored. They were all, the original images are from February 12th, 2018, which was way before any of these things happened. So all that is fake. Yeah.
Amazing. So let's go to Gatundu. We will come back to that. I saw TikTok in the background. Let's go to Joy, our reporter who's out in Gatundu at the moment. So we are covering the major bases, I think. Over to you, Joy.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Joy, we can hear you clearly. We can hear you. Hello, Joy. Can we hear you? Can you hear us? We can hear you.
We are currently in Mutomo polling station, which is in Gatundu in Kiambu County. This is where the president just got to vote a couple of hours ago. He arrived here at around 9 a.m. accompanied by the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and he was able to cast his vote and exercise constitutional right here. The president was seemingly excited to meet the voters here and got to chat with a few of them just before he voted. And right after, he was also addressed the media just briefly. And one of the questions that was able to come up from that brief chat with the media was whether this particular election is going to be peaceful, or whether he thinks that this election is going to be peaceful. And his response was that just as any Kenyan, his hope is that this election is peaceful and that they're praying elections go on well. And we arrived here a bit early, and the queues were a bit, they were not long. Compared to 2017, the turnout here seems to be a bit low. As we have kept on staying here, people just keep on streaming in, and we are hoping that the queues are going to get longer as the day goes by. Now, around 8:30, the former First Lady Mamangina was also able to arrive at this particular station and cast her vote. She was not able to address the media a lot, but she managed to cast her vote, and soon after she was able to leave. So the voters here, they're excited to vote and exercise their constitutional right. But a few of them have raised a couple of issues, especially on the missing names. Some of them in their names on the KIMS kit. So that's an issue that is currently being addressed in this particular station. But at the moment, I am joined by one of a voter here who's a first-time voter. His name is Jose, and I just want to hear his views about his experience today and what he's hoping for after he casts his vote. Jose, come join me. So this is Jose. So maybe you can tell us is this what you're hoping for, because this is your first time to vote.
Yeah, what I hope for is for.
Maybe just raise your voice a bit.
So as you can see, it's already in good manner. So there are facilities. So our younger ones, students, education.
Yeah. So there was a bit of a voter apathy, especially with the young people when the registration was being done. But you registered and you're here to cast your vote. Why is this process, or why is your voting?
Yeah, it's important because I get to put my leader in office. So then I want development, peace. At last, peace is what we want, and our leaders from let's say like some you have not seen down here in dust, things like that. But having good leadership, we'll be able to see change. Yeah.
Now the president came here and cut, and he's retiring after this term, just in just a couple weeks, if everything goes on well. What would you remember about his legacy?
Yeah, his legacy, I can say, is a peace-loving person. He loves people. He loves our country, Kenya. Yeah, he brought major development, the expressway that helped the country. Yeah, and as he retire, he's there with us here at home. He continue helping people because of a good heart. Yeah.
And now there's a that is going to be coming in. What is your expectations for the new government?
So my expectation is that they should continue the legacy of President Uhuru Kenyatta, where he led his leadership. Now this is Kenya.
And just looking around and seeing the turnout of the voters compared to 2017, this looks a bit low. But do you think, since you've been here, do you think that they're enthusiastic about voting this particular time, or why haven't people come out as they came out in 2017?
I can say this time around, the people are so confused. There was a lot of confusion and everything, but as you can see, they're turning up, they're coming. Yeah, actually, it's everyone should practice this democratic right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. So, first-time voter Jose, who's here, and he's enthusiastic that he's going to vote. You hope that once he gets to the the voting is going to get his details, so he can be able to cast his vote and exercise his constitutional right. There's nothing, in the former First Lady were coming coming in to vote, but currently we just have people streaming in, coming in to exercise their constitutional right. But we're on standby in case of anything, and we're going to be reporting and giving updates as soon as they come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy. From the studio, one question, I guess for many Kenyans, this moment was unbelievable for them, that a sitting head of state would not attempt to go for a third term like many other African countries. Did the former president, if that is the correct term now, because I think we're at that stage, did the former president, does he look relieved? Let me just check that again. Joy, can you hear us? Does the former president look, or rather does the president, outgoing president, I think is the correct title, the outgoing, because I think until the installation of the next president, he remains the president. But does the outgoing president look relieved? The duties of a president are not light. Nope, I think we may have lost Joy, but there you have it from Gatundu, that Mutomo polling station. And we're back in the studio, and again with Javan the poet and Corporal Ivy Wangila. And the conversation is really young people, a new beginning, and where could we take this conversation? If I can just start back, Tracy, that fact that you gave us was a TikTok video. Right,
yeah,
and
TikTok video.
That's right. Yeah? So TikTok is one of the most interesting, I guess, significant developments in this election. Right. So we didn't have TikTok mission, and as you showed us, videos that are almost 4 years old can be redesigned and repurposed to be campaign messaging. And I guess if Lupita Nyong'o was here, she would probably say, not only are your dreams valid, but your lies may also be valid, unfortunately, with the political party propagandists. So just be careful. There are a number of good fact checkers out there. Fumbua, they do great work in terms of this work, Code for Africa. Just check before you post. Do not retweet, post anything without verifying its content, because essentially what you do is you become the liar as well as the people who generated the content. So let's keep everything informative, let's keep it truthful, and let's not use these social media platforms essentially to divide us, to demonize each other, and to lie to each other. Let's come back a little bit to the conversation that we had about new beginnings. So let's do a little bit of dreaming for ourselves. So Court Users Committee, 50% youth. What else would you like to see in this next 5 years, Jevan?
What I'd love to see, and I think this has happened in a smaller, in a little bit smaller way, is that the youths have taken it up to understand the law and to step up. Within the justice centers, we've trained nearly over five members per justice centers to be paralegals. This is to help them understand what the law requires of the arrested or the victims. But also, even better, I had a conversation with a youth that was arrested, and during his time in the remand, he got to be trained as a paralegal. And this was, change from being a victim to someone that can speak up for themselves. What I want to see generally is an informed youth, a youth that knows what their rights are, what she was talking about, the rights of arrested. Most of us don't know, and that's why we get even violated further. You've been arrested for maybe being in some place that you shouldn't have been, but can you speak up for yourself? Can you explain yourself? Can you say, okay, then if this is my offense, what is requested of me? Because sometimes you're asked to pay money while you can even offer community service. Right. If we understand what direction we can take with what happens in different situations, then we are empowered. And that means we can not only stand for ourselves, but we can also stand for others. And over time, we don't need to be, martyrs for others, but rather be our own self-sustaining individual and active citizens.
So I think that's a great one. And maybe just create for our viewers a little bit, What is a social justice center? Typically what you say, because I think when you speak like that, people think, these are amnesty organizations, these are NGOs. Tell us about like a typical social justice center.
A typical social justice center is an organized space, organized by community members of all ages. I would say Dandora Community Justice Center started by organizing as youths who felt like things were not being done well from the different wards and the constituency that we were in. Then we started talking to each other. Then we started meeting in open and social spaces. Then we realized, okay, this then becomes our core responsibility to know, to speak up, and also to inform others so that they actively participate. Because also when we say citizen participation, even within the justice system, there are situations where citizens are needed to come out and participate and say, these particular funds that are available within the constituency funds can be used to set up a police station or a police post, or maybe even ask for, and I saw this happen, that there are courts being set up in communities. Now we can take up this conversation further and say, okay, kama sisi watu wa D, and we feel that we are arrested many times. Why don't we have a court that our friends, our families can reach out to and testify for or against a situation? And that works. So the justice centers are spaces that are formed within communities with active citizens to offer alternative spaces. If you were to go and report a case and you think this police station does not really take, for example, issues of gender-based violence, where a lady goes and you're told, well, if you umevaa unakuja kusema you've been raped, there's an alternative. We will listen to you and we will help you by documenting your cases, help you to refer to organizations like Amnesty and many other that can give you a listening ear. Also, when you say legal advice, we offer links to such spaces. And also we work with police. When we say community policing, what does it mean? Who needs to be in the space? Then we put them together. So that is center. And I'll say we have over 40 justice centers in Kenya, and typically most of them are in the informal settlements where most of the violations do happen. Yes.
So I think for our viewers, the social justice centers are largely run by volunteers. They are funded by the communities. So if you're watching this, you want to find out more about the social justice centers, please just type in social justice working group or social justice centers, and you will start to see them. They're all over. They're in Mathare, Dandora, Kiamaiko, and various other places. And offer some support. Maybe you are a lawyer and you're watching this, and you could spend a few hours in the community, in a community that needs your support, or you have a few more shillings that you could offer to pay the salary of a coordinator. These are all very simple things that you can do. Perhaps you have some books that you could donate to the social justice centers, and of course the social justice centers will make sure that it's available to the communities that they work. So this is something that is not foreign, it is not far from us. It is something you can connect with. Let me come to Corporal Wangila, and just to ask her a little bit, if your dreams could come true, what would you like to see in this new beginning? What would you like to see for young people?
Okay, thank you.
I ask you to speak up a little bit.
Okay. I would like to, I can tell my fellow youths that it is not for their own interests. Now that we are in an electioneering period, it's not for their benefits to be used by politicians. Yes. So they should look at the life after elections. I would like my fellow youths to engage themselves, to create space and engage themselves in forums, in programs that would help them develop, if they can create those spaces for discussions with high authorities. And if I say that, I mean, there is this office for the police spokesman, Mr. Bruno Shioso, and it is not all about him, addressing matters to do with police. His office, I believe, it's open for civilians. The civilians need to walk into his office and give suggestions, you know, ask questions concerning, you know, related to the interaction with police officer. So it's my wish that youths could just look at them. It will be history. And so if you can just think of how your life is going to be in future, you'll not even engage yourselves in crime. Crime is something that really, it affects youth. It affects you. Once you get arrested, you go to court. It's not that easy. It won't even get off your head that you were once taken to court. You know, we arrest people and we take their fingerprints. Like, there are people who really wanted to vie for various seats, and they were not able to do that because of their fingerprints. They are being told to go back to court and make to set their records clean. So there are very small things that youth do that they don't know that they affect them deeply in future. So I'm just urging youths not to engage themselves in crime. Yes.
That's great, I think. So I think we've got a few more minutes, about 10 minutes before the end of this particular show. So I am going to ask you, the two of you, to just give a message to the nation. Obviously today is a very peaceful day. Many people are coming out to vote. We hope that the 22.1 million people come out and exercise really an obligation that was handed down to us by at least two generations of freedom fighters. The National Liberation Movement back in the 1950s that made sure that 1961 happened, that the first election where Kenyans, Africans were able to vote took place. But also the second liberation, you know, people like the George Anyonas and all those second liberation leaders that made sure that we could pick leaders of our choice, and secondly, have parties of our choice. I mean, we sometimes take it for granted that you have so many people on the ballot. In 1991, that ballot paper would have been a bit shorter.
Yeah.
Right? So we can celebrate this moment as Kenyans. So I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about the next moment. You know, so we're expecting in the next couple of days, 3 days perhaps maximum, that we will have an announcement. And in many ways, what we need to do is make sure that there is an environment in which we don't burn down the stadium just because all 16 runners didn't come first. So I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about that a bit. I think for the rest of us who are watching, it's been a really exciting conversation around, you know, the role of youth. We have two very different young people, all of them under the African Union definition of youth. They're under 35, they're passionate, they're leaders in their own spaces. One is in uniform, the other one is in another kind of uniform, a civilian uniform. And it's been a real pleasure just to have them here. Let me invite Corporal Wangila to go first. What's your message to the nation as we move to the next few days, where there may be anxiety and we may see not everybody winning?
Okay, thank you. As from now, I will just urge my fellow youths and the entire citizens to vote peacefully and go home. And by that I mean, I wouldn't like you to get to the other side of the law, because when it gets there, you know, we are never soft. And it's all about protecting people's lives. It's all about protecting people's property. So kindly, let's create that conducive environment for tomorrow.
That's great. Great message.
Avoid crime. Avoid crime.
Okay. Javan.
I will want to really tell my fellow young men and women that we are all we got, and we only have one nation to live in, protect and prosper in. I will again ask them to do their due diligence, vote and wait for the results. If you're not happy with what comes out, there are structures that are put out there to help us see that we all get what we need in a formidable way. Let's follow the processes. But apart from that is that I want to thank Amnesty and also African Censored for having us today. And as an artist, I call upon every other artist to be the Kiocha Jamii that we are always called upon. We just released a song called Waga, done by Giuliani and other artists from different informal settlements that speak up against police misuse of power, but also for us to be a peaceful nation. Javan the Poet, thank you, and see you again.
Thank you very much, Javan. So let's turn to Tracy for our last fact check, and then I believe there is a gift that is about to be awarded.
Yes, on to our final fact check of the day. So TikTok is now being used to misinform people, especially during this electioneering period. There is a whole research that has been done on disinformation on TikTok. So if you're using TikTok, you've probably come across this message. It's a message purportedly from former US President Barack Obama, claiming to be his message to the Kenyan people as they head on to the elections that are happening today. So it was circulated before, earlier on in the year, and as we came closer, edged closer to this date, it started circulating again across various platforms on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. So the video is legitimate, but Obama did not produce the video to encourage Kenyans for this election. It was for the elections in 2013. So in the video, there are a couple of things that are actually telltale signs. Like he says, and I quote, "Now Kenya must take the next step in March with the first national elections under a new constitution." This is not our first election under a new constitution, and this is not March, we're in August. So the video is true, but the timing in releasing the video to the public is misleading. Yeah.
That's great, Tracy. I think the other thing, just to warn our viewers, is that just because you see it on TikTok, WhatsApp, which other ones? Facebook, Instagram,
Twitter.
and Twitter.
Yeah.
Just because you see the same lie on any of those platforms, do not think it is the truth. A lie told 3 times is still a lie. So take care, fact check, and keep yourself informed, and don't be taken for an idiot. Let me turn to our artist, our other artist. Of course, Javan the Poet is the artist. And this apparently is what we looked like to them. So I don't know how you see it. Javan, you almost got a police beret. I could see it there. And obviously my mustache and my goatee look better. In fact, I look younger here than in real life. Thank you so much. And yeah, all the best. And once again, thank you to the African Uncensored. Let me just add my thank you to Javan. For allowing us to talk on this very important subject. We have a message for young people, and the message is very clear that it's not just in electoral cycles that you must speak up, you must act up, but it's really in between the elections that the work must be done. Take care of yourselves, use the legal proceedings to protest. The right to protest is a constitutional right, so is the right to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, but it doesn't allow for violence. It doesn't allow for destruction of property or lives. So please, if your candidate loses, please ask them to go to court and don't burn down your neighborhood. This is so important for us to remember in the coming days. This is Irongo Houghton from Amnesty International. Javan the Poet, please go to YouTube, perhaps even TikTok, and find him. And Corporal Ivy Wangila from the National Police Service saying, she has one last word. Let me leave the last word to Corporal Ivy Wangila. Thank you.
I would like to thank my authorities. You know, you cannot just address the media without having given that permission. You know, I might be handcuffed out here immediately I leave. You know, but I would like to thank the Office of the Police Spokesman for giving me this chance to reach out to the citizens. You know, thank you so much, sir. And I would also like to thank the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Hilary Mtiambai, that he promoted me on merit based on my performance. and it's because I launched the digital occurrence book. So if any one of you in here has got a complaint, you can reach out to me, because I can just make that report for you over here with my phone. So kindly reach out to other people, that whenever you meet an officer anywhere, you can just report anything to him. So thank you so much, Mr. IG, and thank you, the entire National Police Service.
All the best. Thank you very much once again. We're live in the studio, and it's been a great couple of hours. I hope you've picked something, and particularly to our fact checker, Tracy, for keeping us sane and keeping us informed rather than driven crazy by these lies that we are seeing on social media. Bye-bye, everybody.
On 9th August 2022, Kenyans head to the polls. The politicians are out campaigning, and the voters seem ready to vote in the leaders of their choice. The right to vote in any democracy is crucial. Voting should be made easy and accessible to all voters, and it is, at least in most cases. But then, there are times it's not.
Many youths wamefungiwa nje, hawajavote. Youths from 2018 to 2022, we are very many.
But how did we go from this?
And if you don't take this opportunity to register on or before 6th of February, you'll be left out.
To this.
Na ufia pia ikifika hiyo wakati ya general election, waseme pia tuyuko kwa register. Yet tumechukua makura zetu. What's the purpose of that voter's ID card?
There are over 22 million registered voters in Kenya. There are those that will vote in the coming election and those who will not vote willingly. But then there are voters who will be willing to vote, but that right will be taken away from them, usually over different reasons. So, what are they and how does it happen? The maturity of a country's democratic process lies in its ability and that of its people to hold a free, fair and credible election. But then in Kenya, is it ever free, fair or credible?
That the presidential election held on 8th August 2017 was not conducted in a constitution under the applicable law, rendering the declared results invalid, null and void.
You realize that most elections in Kenya, it is not about voting. Where the problem comes in is counting and reporting.
You could hear the former chairman of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Kiwitu, also complaining about the way the results were coming, and he said they must be cooking the results somewhere.
Many voters still don't know why actually that process should be peaceful. Also, they don't understand what goes about all this process.
Election fraud is the illegal interference with the process of an election. Over the years, Kenya's elections have been marred by widespread electoral malpractices. Violence, voter bribery, ballot stuffing, multiple voting, corruption, and the list goes on and on. While there are many ways to interfere with an election, one of the ways used to manipulate the results before any voting is even done is to interfere or manipulate the voters' register.
We are alive to the fact that those breaches are happening right now. But as a commission, we have invested in security, especially for our systems. We have secured our system in what we call an end-to-end security solution.
Sensitive an issue this is that people have been killed over it.
Dozens of questions remain unanswered following the discovery of the body of IEBC ICT manager Chris Musando, who had been missing since Friday.
Just days before the August 8, 2017 elections, Christopher Msando, the then ICT manager at the IEBC, was found brutally murdered.
His body was positively identified by his family.
Years later, those who abducted, tortured and killed him are yet to face justice. Back to the voters' register.
If you just hang around and don't register, you are useless. No, true. You can't be useful. You can't be any use because you are not participating in the development of Kenya.
When it comes to political rights in Kenya, the constitution dictates that every citizen is free to make political choices and every adult citizen has the right to be registered as a voter and vote by secret ballot in any election or referendum. On paper, this sounds good. The reality is kind of complicated. I'm a registered voter in Kenya, and actually I just got to verify my voter registration details on the IEBC verification portal. The process is pretty simple. All you need is your ID or passport number as well as your year of birth, and once you key in those details, you can confirm and verify your voter details. Mine are okay. But here's the thing, you might be a registered voter and meet all the necessary requirements for you to exercise your constitutional right to vote, but eventually end up not voting and doing so unwillingly. What do I mean? Let me explain. Wachira Maina, a constitutional lawyer, once said this: the right to vote has three elements. The right to make a choice from among candidates on the ballot, the right to refuse to participate in the election by abstaining, and the right to cast a protest vote by rejecting all the candidates on the ballot. In all three, the decision ultimately falls on the voter, but sometimes, like they say, things on the ground can be quite different.
Democratic Alliance UDA has today unveiled a National Elections Board to oversee its nominations ahead of the forthcoming general election.
The Elections Act provides that a political party shall nominate its candidates for an election at least 90 days before a general election. On 14th April 2022, the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, one of Kenya's popular political parties under the Kenya Kwanza coalition, is in 36 out of the 47 counties. In some polling stations and regions, it was all systems go.
It was a success. For me, it was a success. We need to have a very transparent election, very transparent nomination process.
In others, not quite. We covered the nomination exercise in Uasin Gishu County, one of the party's strong in Anaibkoi constituency. We met Kibet, the president.
According to what was planned. Deciding officer, if he makes a mistake, then that election, then it's I might say it's a null and void.
It may be his first time overseeing an election, but he knows all too well how wrong things can go.
I really needed to have my game. I knew anything is possible. You come here prepared for anything. The worst case scenario, the best case scenario, yeah, you're prepared for anything. This nomination process are given to clerks. One of them is to check the register, to look for the person who is coming to vote. You look at the voter. It checks him in the register. If he's there, he continues. Second clerk on the second desk is given the nomination papers, the ballot papers. Then after that, he moves from the second clerk and goes to the ballot booth. There is where he makes his choices, of which it's his or her democratic right.
When voting is done, follows counting of the votes and then the announcement of the results. Ideally, this is how the voting process should work. Does it always work like this though? Not entirely.
Sija vote. Siku vote 2017. Nilipata ID 2017 December. Na sikukuwa kwa register ya IBC.
Franslin Jelagat is a registered voter from Maili Nne in Taribo constituency, Uasin Gishu County. She is one of the over 6 million UDA registered members. The primaries would have been her first time to vote, but that experience was nothing short of disappointing.
Tumefika hapa asubuhi around 6. We were expecting to vote, but kulikuwa na delays. Ballots zilifika hapa around 9:30. Voting ikaanza around 10. And it's so unfortunate that youths cannot vote. They are using the IBC register ya 2017.
In any electoral process, the voters' register is a very crucial factor, but it has been a point of contention in most, if not all, Kenyan elections.
It is not clear to us, certainly to me, why you have terminated the process of acquiring the BVR.
The IBC has not addressed the issue of the register as expected, despite the audit firm KPMG raising pertinent issues surrounding the validity of some voters in the register.
During the 2022 primaries, the story was not different.
The IBC did not update their 2017 register. For the IBC, prior to the nomination period, they shall update the register, and I want to recommend that even after updating the register, like the normal way they usually do during the general election, the register should be available even 14 days to those polling stations, so that whenever I'm walking to that polling station, I know actually that register is updated and my name is there, so that I don't waste time going there to be disappointed to be told that I'm not going to vote because my name is not there.
Yani, we can't choose our leader as youths. Why? Yet we have our national ID card and our voters. They were convincing us back earlier that tuchukue tukate kura. Mbona sahi tusitumie hiyo kura? Tusitumie hiyo kura kuchagua kiongozi mwenye tunamtaka.
For any voter, this can be a nightmare. But what is even more strange is the fact that while Franslin and her peers could not vote at their polling station because they were not on the 2017 register, in other stations where the same problem had been reported, voters in the same predicament were allowed to vote.
Those people who were missing, they went ahead to get the returning officer, to get the county returning officer, of which they came back with a report that those who are missing, they should not be cancelled out. Once you get a voter's card, there is that acknowledgement slip. You come with that acknowledgement slip, supported by your identification card, original. Then we allow you in.
How will it be fair while others didn't vote? Yeah. For example, my polling station, walikuwa na expect watu more than 5,000 wa vote. But when the results came out, only less than 1,000 people voted.
What Franslin experienced is what is called voter disenfranchisement, which is basically an act of depriving a minority group or individuals of certain privileges the right to vote. An unupdated register in an election is just one way to do it. The others?
The voters need more sensitization of that civic education of how to vote, because not all of them are conversant with the electoral process, so it becomes a challenge.
There was a delay in opening the polling stations. Like there's this MV Patel Hall, which actually it was open at 2 p.m. The turnout was very poor because the voters actually waited for a long time until they just left. The factor which contributed a lot of this mess actually is inadequate polling staff. We realize all these stations which are actually populated, especially the turbo polling stations, that is Kapsaos Ward and Oruma Ward, you will find that they had only each ward, each polling station had only 2 staff which was under-equipped.
Normally people go to vote, they know that this is just, it's just to officiate, but there are some people who have been already appointed.
In 2008, the Independent Review Commission, IREC, also known as the Kriegler Commission, was tasked by the Kenyan government to investigate the conduct of the 2007 elections and recommend electoral reforms.
The integrity of the electoral process, we have found, is subject to serious criticism.
Some of the recommendations from IREC that have since been implemented include granting polling agents access to polling stations, ballots being handed over to the voters at the same time, polling stations being made accessible to all voters, among others. But over a decade later, it's evident that we still have some work to do as far as streamlining the electoral process is concerned. Take, for instance, the voters' register.
Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is hardly meeting targets or timelines, and as far as the voter register goes.
Section 8A of the Elections Act 2011 requires the Electoral Commission to engage a professional reputable firm to conduct an audit of the register of voters. This should happen at least 6 months before the date of a general election. But as of February 2022, the IEBC had not settled on any audit firm.
The advert was done, and I understand from the Procurement Directorate that there were no responsive bidders as of the time the process was, evaluations were done. The Commission has to find other ways of engaging an auditor, and we leave this to the Directorate to guide the Commission.
The IEBC would later settle on the same audit firm that audited the 2017 register to clean the 2022 voters register.
PMG has succeeded among the 4 firms which bid, and they are the ones who will be undertaking the exercise of the audit.
The final register would then be scheduled for publishing on 9th June 2022, but that too did not happen on time. The reasons?
However, due to the implementation of these preliminary audit findings on the register, the Commission has decided to address the findings prior to certifying the register for publication on or before the 20th of June this year.
Every election year, the Electoral Commission faces an array of challenges such as technological issues, insufficient funds, distrust from Kenyans, among others. So, is the Commission ready for the 2022 elections?
So in terms of preparation for the 9th of August, the team has actually done what it ought to do, and the Commission is ready to deliver to Kenyans free, fair and credible election.
The assurances aside, these kind of setbacks have a direct impact on the election timeline, which eventually influences the effectiveness of the electoral process in one way or another. But this also further affects the voter in more ways than one.
Naofia pia ikifika hiyo wakati ya general election waseme pia tuyuko kwa register. Yet tumechukua makura zetu.
A day after the primaries, we visit Franslin at home. We want to find out if any of the aspirants she had hoped to vote for won, and if they didn't, how would that affect her?
From governor, bet yangu tu ilikuwa sure, but to MCA, it failed me. During all those time, hakuwahi shughulika na issue na maji. My mom, tuko na tank 2, ya underground na yenye iko juu. So, anabaingi maji na tractor, which it is around 2500 per tractor. Hiyo tractor moja inajaza ya chini peke yake. Ya juu ni tractor ya pili, which it is around 5000. Na pia tuko na maji ya Elders. It is being limited. Kana kuja kadogo, inapotea. Kunini maji ya Elders, it's around 10,000. Ndo maji ingie kwako, it's around 10,000. Na kila mtu si ati ana ako what do I say? Anaweza afford. Yeah, si kila mtu anaweza afford aeke hiyo maji.
Hers is an example of how delays, intentionally done or otherwise, in any step of the electoral process can lead to voter dissatisfaction.
I'm praying that mwenye amechukua sai atatusaidia. That has been our cry since then. Ni maji tu.
And though the law dictates that no eligible citizen should be denied the right to vote, Franslin is neither the first and probably will not be the last to experience this over and over again. The question is, will we get to a point where Kenya's elections will truly reflect the will of the people?
All the slogans, all the color, all the action. The World Cup of Kenya's politics is upon us again. So, what's different about this election?
Because the political formations are a bit more organized, especially online. They have hired or recruited specific online or keyboard warriors.
Propaganda is a big issue.
Propaganda and fake news is a big factor in literally every political race. And it's spreading fast thanks to the internet. But go offline and the tactics are the same. We've got the video to prove it. Senior politicians, crowds, and lots of cash. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you are on. The trio of money, propaganda, and politics are back. And they want your vote. On the 13th of April 2017, Kenyans woke up to a curious headline that would almost certainly throw the race for the governor's seat in Western Kenya's Busia County. Paul Otuoma, the challenger for the gubernatorial seat, was said to have defected from ODM to the Jubilee Party on the very day of the nomination. A bold move, especially because Busia County is widely seen as an ODM zone, except it was all a lie. Someone made fake copies of the Daily Nation's front page and distributed them. Fake news and propaganda have always been a part of politics.
Who was Wetangula before 2013?
But in 2017, the propaganda game has a new tool.
Politicians and the political parties have actually discovered that the online space is a very important platform for shaping opinion and driving conversation. And what they've done is to actually invest in a crop of young people who are very vibrant. They are good writers, they are intelligent, they are smart, they are creative. The political formations are a bit more organized, especially online. They have hired or recruited specific online or keyboard warriors, bloggers, and whose work is to daily come up with specific messages, tailor them in a particular way, meant to appeal to their supporters, that is to consolidate support, but also create doubt or confusion.
There are no scars on these three young men, but they have been to the warfront. Brian, Edwin, and Gitao are all bloggers and social media influencers.
So we use our influence on social media networks, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and the rest of the social media platforms to pass a message.
I've done online campaigns for the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta. I've done for the likes of William Ruto. Today I may work for this one, tomorrow I may work for the other one.
There are contracts, so we can have a contract with a certain politician for, let's say, a month, a week.
These three young men have all worked for various political parties and politicians, mostly tweeting their campaign propaganda for them and putting the word out about the politicians. For them, it's a game of numbers.
When you post something on Twitter, you get a lot of impressions, meaning there are a lot of people who are actually seeing what we are doing. When we are doing an hashtag, we can even get 60 million impressions, meaning that around 60 million people around the world are seeing that, the things we are doing.
If you give me the message, I'll have to pass it on to the team. Most of what we do is we have groups on WhatsApp, so I just contact the team because the group is already there, and I give them the message.
It's an investment. You know, you need bloggers, you need equipment, you need smartphones, you need bundles. That's what they are called.
Yeah.
So it's quite an investment. It's a tool you can't avoid.
From all the campaigns combined, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, I make around 150,000.
It will lead into millions at an average of 4,000 per blogger. Yeah, and then bundles. That tells you.
Independent gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi, Peter Kenneth, is using social media for his campaign, but he's been burnt before.
You know, 2013, we were faulted for being in the social media too much. So we decided we wanted to go to the people in the grassroots and meet them. And we made social media secondary. The major conclusion is that you must still link what you're doing online and what you're doing offline. Like, you can't campaign entirely on social media and think that you have won it. It is actually much of what you're doing offline, and then you link it to, you know, it's a ground game and an online platform.
If the tweets and retweets and the likes would have translated into votes, PK, Peter Kenneth, would have been the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Current Kieni Member of Parliament, Kanini Kega, knows a thing or two about the mix of propaganda and a good ground game. His name itself is a product of propaganda, even if he doesn't admit it.
I got the name in 2007. Kanini Kega means small and good. In 2007, because I vied in 2007, I was vying against a person who was huge and who was perceived out there that he was not very good. So I was the opposite. So it was no propaganda. We should just tell our people the truth. You know, the truth hurts, but at the end of the day prevails. It's very difficult to convince people telling them the truth.
He won't admit it, but propaganda, even from far away, has influenced his campaign.
Now here's a perfect example of the use of propaganda in campaigns. Much as Kanini Kega says that he doesn't use any propaganda, take a look at this. Kieni 001. 001 is the county number for Mombasa, used by Ali Hassan Joho as his honorific Governor 001.
Governor 001!
You can see there's a cross-pollination in the use of propaganda to be able to propel some kind of swagger in Kanini Kega's campaign. That's how important propaganda is in this election.
Kanini Kega was the only current member of parliament to make it through the nominations from the entire county's 6 constituencies.
I think propaganda is going to determine this election.
One of the new Jubilee nominees who made it through is propagandist Gunjiri Wambogo. He beat an incumbent who had been MP for 10 years, and part of his formula was propaganda.
And then I have bloggers,
yes,
but they are undercover. So
yeah.
I'll not tell you who they are.
Yeah.
But if you look, unaona too.
But at the national level, he thinks propaganda is even more important.
Everybody is going to put everything they have.
Social media, specifically WhatsApp, has been very important in the pushing of the compelling propaganda that Kenyans see.
I think this election is going to be determined on WhatsApp, because we have groups. I mean, like on my phone, I have like, I think 60, 70 groups. And sometimes you'll actually watch a narrative begin in one group and you can track it. You know, and you track it and it goes through WhatsApp groups and then comes from the WhatsApp group and goes to the internet. And then it just gets a life of its own.
Propaganda, the power of propaganda, the power of fake news has been so massive, it's been unleashed on the people. So we end up questioning everything, rejecting everything, and we are left confused and therefore still susceptible now to propaganda.
A poll on fake news commissioned by US-based Portland Communications and Geopoll found that almost 9 out of every 10 Kenyans have reported seeing deliberately false or misleading news about the general election. Check your WhatsApp groups and you're likely to find fake news there every day. Both of Kenya's main political formations have propaganda embedded in their campaigns. NASA with a 10 million strong narrative and Jubilee with its 45 million strong narrative, both meant to energize voters to come out and vote in order to cross the constitutional threshold of 50% of the national vote plus 1 vote. But propaganda has a darker side.
It appeals to 2 emotions, that is fear and anger. Now, when you appeal to fear, is a bit more effective than appealing to anger, because anger subsides after a short while. But fear stands there. That is why you have to create the fear of Raila taking over to Jubilee supporters. Or you create the fear that if Jubilee continues in power, we are going to continue being marginalized.
This video being pushed online by www.realraila.com, a propaganda site, shows a scary future should Raila Odinga win the presidential race, playing on the narrative that Raila is a dangerous thug who should not be president. I showed it to a few candidates aligned to the Jubilee party.
Maybe 50% could be on the extreme. But looking at history, look at Kibera, where he has represented Kibera for over, I think, 20 years as a member of parliament. And look at the living condition of the people in Kibera. I think if it is anything to go by, then Kenya will be worse off.
The propaganda you have shown me doesn't help the country. I would say doesn't help the country, but it will help the candidates.
Pro-NASA propaganda site Kenya Today also swims in the same dirty pool, with tens of articles that hardly ever quote sources of information like this one. Add this to the tribalism on which Kenya's politics has been built, and a more effective propaganda wins, even if the public loses.
And I think it does on the basis of eyes and the media images might bring some terrible leaders to this country.
Wanyere Kihoro is a former member of parliament for Nyeri Town constituency. He's not convinced by the propaganda of either Jubilee or NASA and is running as an independent. But he's not playing the propaganda game as it's being played today.
Do you have a Facebook account?
I do have.
You have a Facebook?
But I'm very disturbed and alarmed by the quantity of Facebook material that is coming on my phone. There are people who are doing their own campaigns, not even in Kenya, international campaigns. And the kind of material they pour on my telephone is making my phone every time object to being run. It is running every time low on power. So I'd say propaganda has become important. Unfortunately, the underlying factors and the propaganda campaigns have been fear, misinformation, and tribalism.
He says he's not one to compromise his values as he campaigns and hopes that this will be enough to take him back into parliament. But can he do so in today's world?
You know, Wanyere Kihoro is one of those people who is very inspiring to listen to. He's been stuck in since the 60s. And he's got a lot of good ideas. But I wonder about whether those good ideas are connecting. For a man who, is a man of letters, I wonder if he understands that letters these days come in 140 characters and in WhatsApp videos. Could that be the end of good leadership?
I'm Simon Muturi Mude. Another name of politics wananiita Simon Muturi Mude aka Roho Safi. Roho Safi was a name I was given when I was in high school because I used to I was the school captain. So whenever you used to mess with some people, I would tell them, Roho Safi tu, haina shida. So they knew me as a man of good heart.
I met 24-year-old Simon Muturi in early July, a month before the August 8, 2017 election. He was on his way to get his campaign vehicle. This is perhaps the most famous bicycle in all of Nyeri, and he rides it with pride. Simon is a Jubilee Party nominee for his ward, a near miracle that even he was shocked about.
When we went to nomination, I never thought I could imagine the winner. And I could defeat this Goliath with a very big margin.
His is a story that almost didn't happen because he emerged from what was a highly disorganized nomination where the dragons of voter bribery and outright rigging were in almost every one of Nyeri's 6 constituencies. Simon's luck wasn't with many candidates across the country. I know one such person very well. Muhammad Ali is one of Kenya's best-known investigative journalists. For years, Moha, as he's referred to, built a reputation for bare-knuckle journalism. Moha and I worked together on many of the reports he produced and are good friends.
I needed to fix this country because of my children. So I thought, what is the best way is to take the Jichopevu itself to parliament to fight from inside. Because I'm not a believer of if you can't beat them, join them. I believe in beating them in the year game, and the year game is being in parliament.
He joined the race to become the Orange Democratic Movement's parliamentary nominee in Nyali constituency in Mombasa, but little prepared him for what would happen. Mohammed claims he was rigged out of the nomination by current ODM nominee Said Abdallah and presented evidence to the ODM Elections Tribunal on the same. The tribunal agreed that there was indeed evidence of rigging and recommended that the Elections Board hand over the nomination certificate to the true winner. Still, it decided to hand Said Abdallah the ticket, leaving Moha in the cold.
Tumekuwa ground for the last 3 years. Kama mimi ningenajua kwamba ODM nitaiba kura, nimuibie mwenzangu, ilikuwa sina haja nikuwe ground for the last 3 years. Ningelala, nikaamka na ballot, nikatumbukiza.
Tulikuwa tunaambiwa kuna nomination na ilihari hawakuwa wamejitayarisha.
Of a dishonesty that Kenya's politics has come to be associated with.
Tulipashwa habari na mwananchi ama raia wema wakatueleza ya kwamba kuna kura ambazo zimeonekana mahali zikiwa zinasafirishwa kwa gari na
The real underbelly of politics on the street is hang around a political campaign long enough.
This is a part of politics that politicians say they hate, but in truth, they actually depend on. We're outside a meeting here in Mikindani, and these guys behind me have been waiting for hours, really. And they're not really waiting for the politicians themselves. They're waiting for money.
As we're waiting, I ask one of the guys waiting here for an interview. His name is Ricky. But just as we're about to start,
Boss, vipi? Mbona chukua picha? Ruka mbele yangu boss. Mbona chukua picha? Wajua nashangaa sisi watu.
Ricky's friends are upset that we're filming them.
Wewe piga picha huko bana. Sisi tupiga picha huko nini sasa? Wacha undugu uharibike bana. Wewe ndugu yangu, sio nyenye vizibo tunadaiwa. Unafutwa. Utalipwa wewe ukichukuliwa. Unachukuliwa utalipwa. Wewe tumia akili. Wacha sisi kumenielezee bro. Wewe tumia akili utalipwa.
He gets booted out of the group.
Hao watu wote wenye walikuwa nangoja hapo hivi. Walikuwa nangoja nini hasa?
Si ni pesa wakatiwe. Kwa hapo bro. Ni pesa walikuwa nangoja wakatiwe. Ama vipi?
Na kuna pesa zilikuwa zimetoka.
Tayari 10,000 ilipeanwa.
This took place months before the general election, during the nominations. But if you think that winning a nomination in any party separated the wheat from the chaff, think again.
Sadly, what we look for in our leaders is not competence, it's not credibility, it's not character. As a matter of fact, you have seen, if you are a thief, if you are a murderer, if you are a criminal, you can easily sanitize yourself through the process of politics. As long as you have money,
Any successful presidential campaign could cost up to 5 billion shillings. But even at the lowest level, MCAs are spending up to 5 million shillings just to get elected. I watched this scene unfold from afar as a researcher secretly filmed this. Mike Sonko, Jubilee's Nairobi gubernatorial candidate, is on the campaign trail in Dagoretti, well known for its bars and As he's about to leave, he addresses a crowd.